if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Aslı.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. It's so good to see all of you guys today. Thank you for being here, GA64, and thank you for the green hearts. Also, I saw Cece and Meow. Good to see you, Meow. And let's see, we have Lori here. Denise, I'm so glad you caught a live. That's funny. I've never listened to it on 1.5 speed before. That's so funny. We'll have to do that sometime. Lori, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Says hello, Lady Freedom. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you guys for being here. And Ann Reynolds, good to see you. Kelly Holcomb, good to see you. And Cece, I saw that you weren't feeling too good or you were tired. I'm sure. I mean, today's been full of information. I was over listening to Chris at Mob Crew, and he did a really good live earlier today. So I was over listening, and I did share it on my page too. So definitely go check that out. Um, it's interesting with the lights video because there's a lot that I even didn't really understand about it, that I've come to understand better. And I just really think that it does hold evidentiary value. Hey Kiki, but it's just it's difficult because law enforcement saying there isn't. So he did a really interesting live, Chris did from Mob Crew, kind of showing and explaining camera angles, different things like that. There's just some really heavy tree lines around the area as well, around Victoria Place itself. And so for headlights to get through those heavily kind of wooded areas, I just really can't get on board with that. I just really can't. Hey, Ann Brock, good to see you. So, uh, that's kind of where I stand on things, but we have been exploring different interrogation videos, in terms of how Brittany Gosney uh, was treated when she reported her son James Hutchinson missing. 6-year-old James was reported missing on February 27th, 2021, and he was reported missing by his mother, and immediately they took her in for questioning, and she soon after confessed. It did take some doing, right? There was hours worth of footage from this interaction. Started out as an interview and ended in an interrogation. But they were also simultaneously looking for little James, right? Because they didn't exactly know where he was. They just knew that her story wasn't adding up. So we also see this when her boyfriend, who is also named James Hamilton, is interviewed and then interrogated. I think it takes about 25 to 30 minutes for them to realize that he's lying. One interesting thing I wanted to know was that his interrogation timestamp is for the 28th, right? So while they were leveraging the misconception, really, that James was talking as well, right? Her boyfriend, James Hamilton, was talking. They were kind of leveraging that with Brittany. And then we're seeing in this interview that they were more so leveraging what Brittany was saying towards James, since he was uh, interviewed and interrogated the next day, right? The 28th of February of 2021. So we're gonna go over that. Yes, C. Taylor always does a great live. Like, I was not expecting to see Mob do a live tonight, and I was really excited that I was able to catch it. I think I came in about an hour in, but I had just went down to take a swim at the pool, and I just keep one earbud in and I can listen. Uh, as long as it's not really busy and people like doing cannonballs and stuff, I can kind of swim around and listen. That's what I was doing. And somebody had mentioned that I had cleaned up audio, but I thought they were talking about the Bobby phone call, but it wasn't that one. So it was funny. I was trying to scramble scramble to find my own video, and I'm like, oh boy, this is why I need playlists, because I didn't realize. Usually I'll clean the audio up and then I'll post it. But I didn't do that. I just kind of went over it in a live stream. So I'm hoping that's a little bit more helpful. At least he could kind of cut me out of it and kind of downsize the live, because I think it was like a 3-hour live that we did. Um, Lori says I was at Mob for a little bit too, but I have been shopping online all day today. My daughter finally got her new beautiful loft apartment. Oh wonderful, and got away from the asshole she lived with. Oh, Lori, that's great news. So, she says I bought her a new dining room set. Ooh, bar stools. Oh, and an area rug for the dining room. Oh, art for her walls. That's so wonderful. That is so fun, Lori. I love shopping for stuff. Like, I love putting rooms together and shopping for stuff like that. Oh gosh, that would be just right up my alley too. That is so fun. GA64 says yes, Mob Crew was very informative. Yeah, really, really informative. And I'm it's too bad I missed the first part of the live too. Hey little red, good to see you. I must have missed you up there. Sorry about that, girlfriend. Let's see. I got and welcome into everyone. I'm sorry if I missed a comment or scroll past. Um, Lori says, yes, Kiki, I'm so happy. Oh, that's wonderful, Lori. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I know we always want to see our daughters with good guys, right? Not and it's just hard. C. Taylor says, oh, that's good. Glad you were able to get him uh so he can have more of the audio. Yeah, yeah, because I figured it would just be easier because back then I couldn't pause to comment, and it is harder to take out every pause to comment, because and I'm still kind of learning the art of that myself, but back then I was uploading it in pieces, so all I have to do is just like scroll past when I'm talking and cut it up that way. So hopefully I don't know what's wrong with my video downloader. It is not wanting to work. I don't know if I have to do an update or what is going on, but I was messing with that for far too long again today. But also kind of listening into, and then like I said, I was able to catch like the very beginning of this interrogation. So it'll be really interesting. And we've done, let's see, I believe it's 4 parts, and then we're going into the interrogation with the boyfriend, and just kind of comparing what could have happened in the beginning, because I think a lot of this nonsense that we're hearing from Brittany, especially, we heard a lot of nonsense from her, but we'll hear some more nonsense from her boyfriend. And I think that all could have been kept, under wraps and behind closed doors of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office if they would have properly interrogated the proud feet, right? Like pulling them into different rooms, talking with them, interviewing other people close, also interviewing Seth, right? Too. I'm not saying he should have been off the hook by any means. They need to figure everything out, right? And even people that are close to Seth. And I think that's part of his frustration as well. I picked up on that a little bit anyway, in my opinion. And, I think that the entire investigation was mishandled, in my opinion, especially because they were just operating off of one assumption instead of looking at it from different angles, right? So that's kind of why we're reviewing this. And I don't want to, let Chris off the hook here, because I think he has guilty knowledge, if not more than guilty knowledge, and direct in my opinion, he wouldn't have stood by Katie this long, excuse me, with his track record of how many times he's been married, and the fact that they were on the rocks, the fact that there was an ultimatum given. The same ultimatum was given to Brittany Gosney with her children, right? And so I think it's important to examine this. Um, the police must have very early on realized that James's biological father didn't have anything to do with James's disappearance, because I don't think that there's an interrogation or questioning video, excuse me, out there. Perhaps because they were able to clear him very quickly. It's upsetting they haven't cleared Seth, in my opinion, again, but that's just because I think that if you're on camera and, let me go ahead and share this, and, you prove yourself, then law enforcement should clear you, and we do see that happening all the time. So this is Brittany Gosney and her nasty boyfriend, James Hamilton, right? She's 29 at the time. He's 43, right? So very similar circumstances. Again, Katie does like to date men who are quite a bit older than she is, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. I think, when you get to a certain age, you should be able to date, whoever you'd like. It is weird when, a 27-year-old wants to date an 18-year-old. In my opinion, there's not a lot in common. You can't really hang out at the same places. There's a lot of big differences. But say 21 and 27, okay, I can see that. But yeah, it's so it is what it is. But again, I just kind of want to put some context to this. And then he has a child with another woman. Brittany has a 9-year-old daughter, a 7-year-old daughter, and 6-year-old James living in the house with them. And here is his interrogation video with police with a little bit of an intro. And then I also want to shout out this channel, and it's called uh, and it's full credit to True Crime Cases, right? And I put the link in the chat earlier. So definitely go check this channel out. They have a bunch of different um, interrogations or interviews with suspects on the channel. And it's, very well done, in my opinion. Okay, so here is James and Brittany.
In 2021, Brittany Gosney and her boyfriend, James Hamilton, resided in Middletown, Ohio, along with Brittany's 3 children. On February 28th, they went to the Middletown Police Department to report her 6-year-old son, James Hutchinson, as missing. From the start, their claims were met with skepticism. Consequently, both Brittany and James were interviewed by officers Tom McIntosh and John Hoover.
What's that? Something to drink.
Yeah, what do you want? Mountain Dew, water, Pepsi?
Water would be fine.
All right, well, I'll be right there.
Thank you, sir.
Come on. Hey, what's up, bub? Hey, did they offer you coffee? You want coffee or anything, or you good?
Been so sick, I've been feeling dehydrated. That's
Sure.
That's the best thing for me.
Sure. Is that one still getting colder, or do you want some more?
Good and cold.
That's good. Well, my name is McIntosh, and I'll give you one of my cards here before we leave. I believe you've already met Hoover.
Yes.
So, basically, we're all, I'm sure, including you, we're here for the same reason, trying to get some idea, some clue, some even remote idea as to what happened with James is his name, right? So, like I said, pretty much my standard thing. You don't have to talk to me if you don't want to, but we're all here for the same goal.
Same reason.
And, you're free to leave whenever you want, but whatever. But again, we have got to find this whole fellow.
Oh, yeah.
We have got to.
Believe me, that's the best thing I want.
So, let me start off. Good. I'm glad to hear that. I really
The
am.
only thing I want.
Well, good. Well, let me start off by getting some information from you. Spell your first name for me.
James.
And your middle name.
You gotta have the full name. I don't like using my full name.
It's just for our record stuff.
RUSSELL.
Okay.
Hamilton. HAMILTON.
You don't like Russell?
No.
Okay, good enough. How old are you, Mr. Hamilton?
43.
And what's your birthday?
12/21/78.
And what's your social? And what is your address?
507 Crawford. Street, Middletown, Ohio.
Okay, hold on just a quick second, all right? Sorry about that. The fire department, big scanner radios over there blaring. I hate hearing the guys talk. All right, so how long have you lived on Crawford?
A month now.
A month?
Not even a full month yet.
Okay.
I'm getting ready to be paying the first month's rent. I'm gonna pay the first month's in deposit. So I'm getting ready to pay the second month's rent.
Okay. I got you. So where are you working at?
Work off and on for Native Construction, Native Electric.
Okay.
Right there on Central. Of course, I've been off all week sick.
Right. Think you may have the COVID, or do you know?
Don't know for sure.
Right.
I mean, I went and I was tested. It tested negative.
They can say what they want to do. I don't buy them tests. I don't buy them things worth a shit.
The way I've been feeling,
right?
I mean, all congested down in here, all over my nose.
Yeah, that's more like sinus or pneumonia or something. Sounds like.
Second one's what I think it is.
Oh wow. Okay. So where'd you all live at before you moved to Crawford?
Stayed in a motel.
Oh really? Where was that at?
Up in Centerville.
Which one? Do you recall?
Not right off. It's one of them cheap ones. It was right up and behind Red Lobster.
Okay. Oh, okay, right there by Harbor Freight and all that?
Yes, sir.
Off Kingsbridge, maybe?
Yes, sir. That's the name of it even.
And how long were you guys there?
We was there probably 4 months, maybe
4 months.
5 months. I mean, we stayed down at Nights Inn for a few weeks.
In Franklin?
Yes.
Okay.
And then there also was Motel 78 there right off the highway in Mason. We stayed there for, I don't know, about a month.
Sure.
That was the one in Mason's, the one we started at very first back. It was either March or May of last year when me and her got together, and that's where we first started, was down there. And that was
what's her name again?
Brittany Gosney. Brittany.
And spell her.
Gosney. Gossney.
Huh. I've never heard that name before. How old is she?
38.
38. Just, you know, her birthday off the top of your head?
Not off the top of my head, no.
So now, how many kids total are there?
3.
3. Let's start with the oldest one. Are these your children?
No, they're
okay.
Biological.
Okay. But you've been with Brittany for how long?
About 9 months now.
Okay. So they're coming up on being your kids.
March or May of last year.
Right.
All right, guys, I just want to pop in. I do agree. This guy is super slimy, right? Really gross, just really creepy. He says he's not feeling good, but he obviously, isn't very well kept of an individual. And there's a couple of red flags I just want to mention right off the bat. If I was the officer, I would be thinking to myself, okay, they recently just stopped hopping around from hotels, right, with these little children. Were the kids in school? What is going on there? Also, he doesn't know how old his girlfriend is, and they've been together for, he says, 9 months, right? So just a lot of red flags that, like, this guy really doesn't care. And then the officer says to him, okay, so if you guys have been together for 9 months, then those are kind of like your kids, or, gonna pretty much becoming your kids, right? Because they've lived with you for 9 months. And he doesn't seem to like that idea at all, right? He's kind of like, yeah, which is terrible. I mean, if you're with someone and they have kids, it's just my opinion that you should really be ready for that. And especially 3 kids of that age range, right? Like 9, 7, and 6. they're still little and they need care. Hey, C. Taylor. C. Taylor says 100%. 100%, 100. Really weird guy, right? He right off the bat, it's like, he's not hiding anything. Hey, Ava, good to see you. Andrea, good to see you. Also, Kiki and Adam Forever 21. Thanks for being here. Just want to say hi to everybody coming in. Hey, Social Butterfly. So, now, they're going to get into kind of more of the family dynamics that we really didn't hear from too much from Brittany. I mean, a little bit, but more straightforward answers here.
Yeah, you've been with her 9 months and 3 younger kids, and they may as well be yours, I would imagine.
Well,
do they have the same dad?
no, they don't.
Does any of their fathers have anything to do with them at all?
No.
Okay. Well, let's start with the oldest one and tell me that one's name. You know her middle name?
No, I do not.
Okay, what's her last name?
Gosney.
Gosney. And how old is she?
She's just turned 9.
9, okay. And you know who her father is?
I don't know.
Okay. And give me the next one. And what's his last name? And do you know his daddy?
No, I do not.
Okay, how old?
He is 7.
7. And then we got little James.
Yeah.
And no relation to you, but you guys got the same name, correct?
Not the last name. His last name's Hutcherson.
You know how to spell it?
Hutcherson.
Hutcherson. Huh. How old is he again?
6.
And do you know who his father is?
Not right off.
Okay, very good.
All their birth certificates say it's unknown for the father.
Oh, okay. So are either of them by the same guy, by the same dad, or do you know?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. So, and I'm sure we'll kind of bounce back and forth, but just kind of take me, let's start yesterday afternoon at about noon. Yesterday at about 12 o'clock. Where was everybody at noon?
Home watching TV.
So all 3 of the kids, you and Brittany, were at home watching television.
Yes, sir.
Now, with that being said, I never made it in your house, so I may ask you a bunch of dumb questions, just like where things were. So where is the television?
When you first walk through the front door of the living room.
Kind of in the living room. So just from looking through, do you guys have furniture yet and all that?
We don't have beds and that for the kids and that. We got a mattress me and her sleeps on the floor.
Do you have like couches in the living room?
Couch. Got entertainment stand. Got TV.
So you guys are all in the living room, let's call it, watching.
They have their own rooms upstairs for them to sleep.
Okay.
So
do they have TVs up there?
Not yet. No.
Okay. So yesterday at noon, you guys are all in the living room watching TV. What were you guys watching? Do you remember?
Kids cartoons.
Okay.
I don't really pay attention.
Sure, I got you.
I basically sit back like this, sitting there watching my cameras, make sure nobody comes messing with me.
Right. So you've got surveillance cameras?
Yes.
Are they live or do they record anywhere?
They don't record nowhere. I need a hard drive for them.
Oh, I got you. So you just got so do you have a separate monitor for the cameras? Where is that at?
Hanging right above the
Oh, okay. I got you. But you guys have got, 3 cars?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had problems with people bothering your shit before? Or?
When I first moved up here, I had an ATV stolen off.
Oh, did it?
I made a police report.
Right. Where were you living at then?
Over on Woodside.
Okay. So Yesterday about noon, you guys were all watching TV, watch cartoons. You're mainly paying attention to the surveillance cameras. So let's move forward to about, let's say, 2 o'clock.
Probably around 2 o'clock when I dozed off, took in a nap.
But all the kids, Brittany and you, were all right there.
Yes.
Okay. What time did you guys eat dinner?
It was around 6:30, 7
Okay.
o'clock.
Did you guys go get something, or did Brittany or you make something?
Brittany cooked.
What did she make?
She made pizza rolls for the kids, and me and her just snacked on stuff.
Okay.
I mean, I ain't really having an appetite being sick.
Oh, I believe it. I believe it. So that's about 6:30, you just said. So you guys, but everybody is still right around the living room.
Yes.
So what time did everybody kind of break and start going there? So, because if your house is like mine, you can only stand each other for so long.
9 o'clock. We put the kids to bed.
Okay.
That's when they separated from me and Brittany.
Uh-huh.
And then about 10:30, me and Brittany went to bed.
Okay. So are all of your bedrooms upstairs?
All right, guys. So I just want to kind of pop in because I don't have a whole comparison really put together on this, but basically what Brittany said was about the same thing, that, the children went to bed at 9 and then her and James went to bed around 10, but she was more so talking about herself, and he's putting Brittany together with himself. So it's a little bit different, but he's saying that everyone was together. She made the kids pizza rolls and they kind of snacked on stuff. He wasn't feeling good. And guys, this guy is super, grubby. In my opinion, see Taylor says, I can't stand him and I've only seen him for a few minutes, right? And I mean, it's like just looking at him, and yeah, Sasha, this is the old man here. Also named James. He doesn't like the name Russell, so I don't know. I've thought about maybe just calling him Russell Hamilton, but yeah, here he is, and he's kind of sticking to that same story, right? So yeah, and you could tell he's just kind of not enthusiastic, right? But he said, that the kids went to bed at 9, and then 10:30 they went to bed, and he's a total slime ball, totally. Russell, right? See, Taylor, I was like, what can we call him? Because this poor baby's name is James too, and even the officers were saying earlier, like, oh yeah, that's confusing, because when they're reading the reports, they're seeing James, little James, and then also big James are both James H even. So, yeah, Russell all the way, right? See, Taylor. And he's just very much like her, kind of nonchalant. But you'll see he kind of starts laying it on thick. And now the officer is going to start asking about kind of where the bedrooms are located.
No, sir. Me and Brittany, we took the front. I guess they would consider the dining room.
Sure.
Like
Sure.
I said, making it a dining room.
Oh, yeah.
I figure I'll just get a small kitchen table.
Yeah.
Give the kids each one their own bedroom.
Right. Yeah. So all the kids are upstairs in their own room.
Yes.
So you said they don't have beds, but they were on bed rolls.
Yes.
Like, and they're kids, they don't care. So
I do. I mean, as soon as I get my income tax, I'm gonna be.
Well, and you've got a plan. I mean, and that's great. I mean, but I'm just saying the kids. I know my kids. They'd rather just sleep on the floor, the couch, or whatever they were.
I fall asleep just about anywhere when I was a kid.
Sure. So tell me one more time. 9 o'clock. You said 9:30.
9 o'clock, the kids goes to bed.
Okay.
10:30, me and Brittany finally fell asleep.
Right.
We went in our room and lay down.
And you guys have a TV in there, or you just?
I got a little small one right now. I only got one TV, so I got
you. Sure.
No, I mean for the kids, small one. I figured it wasn't fair for me to put it up there in one room.
Right.
And
Yeah, they'd all be fighting, wouldn't it?
Exactly.
So this is about 10:30. You guys go to bed. 10:30, you go to bed. And did you go right to sleep, or did you guys stay up and talk, or read a book, or fool around, or?
Well, she's on medication. It knocks her out.
Okay, so
she goes to sleep pretty quick after she takes her medicine.
Right. What kind of meds does she take?
I'm not too for sure. She got anxiety.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I know a lot of that will make you drowsy.
Yeah.
So 10:30, I'm assuming she takes her meds then before she goes to bed?
About 9:30, quarter till 10.
Okay.
Right before we went to bed.
Sure.
And then we went
So you go to bed, so you all go to bed about, 9:30 kids.
No, 9 o'clock kids.
No, 9 o'clock. I keep saying that. Kids, and then
it was 10:30, me and her went to bed.
10 to 10:30, you went to bed.
I don't have a clock. I mean,
sure.
There's no clocks in there, nothing.
Right, and it's a guess.
The ex-wife that I'm getting ready to file a divorce and all that with, she 90% of my stuff. I mean, she.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
Give me hardly nothing.
Right. Well,
she made the comment she was going to make me pay, and that was the only way she'd make me pay.
What's she claiming to make you pay for?
I have no idea. Even her.
Sure. What's her name?
Priscilla Farley.
Okay. Is she local, or is she somewhere else?
She's still living there on 1229 Woodside.
Oh, wow. Okay. How long were you guys together?
17 years.
Oh, wow.
I got a stepkid by her that I raised there. 18 years old.
Right.
That was 6 months old when
wow.
we first got together.
So again, it may as well be yours.
She is.
Well, good. So after the kids go to bed, then you and Brittany go to bed about 10:30. Brittany goes to bed pretty quick, like.
Yeah.
And how long did it take you to go to bed, or did you just slowly?
Normally we turn the TV off, she'll lay on me, cuddle up with her, give her a kiss, tell her love you, good sweet dreams. So about quarter till 11, probably I fell asleep all the day. I mean.
Okay. So, what's the next thing that you remember?
I got up around quarter till 4.
Okay.
Went to use the restroom.
Okay.
I used the restroom. I went upstairs.
Where is the bathroom? Is it downstairs or upstairs?
Downstairs.
Okay.
When I got done using the bathroom, I went upstairs to check on the kids like I do just about every time I get up in the middle of the night.
Sure.
And I went through the rooms, noticed the boy, James, was gone. I went down. I got look in the front door. It was locked. I looked at the back side door. It's unlocked.
So both of them were locked?
No, it was unlocked.
Oh, unlocked. The back
side door was unlocked.
So does it face Roosevelt, or does it face Central? The side door?
It actually, I mean...
If you're looking at the house, it's straight out the back to the alley?
No, it is straight out the side door to 503 Crawford.
Oh, okay. Okay. I got you. So is it standing open? Is it unlocked?
No, it's just unlocked.
Okay. What kind of lock does it have? Does it have like a
deadbolt on it?
Lower?
Yes.
On the knob?
Just regular.
Like the knob? Okay. So, is there a screen door?
No.
So that door was unlocked, but it wasn't open?
No.
And was it locked when you guys went to bed, or do you have any idea?
I make sure the doors is locked every night. I mean, them kids, they're so scared somebody's going to come in there and get them.
Sure.
Okay, guys. So just wanted to pop in and talk about these little differences. So he is smart enough to say that one of the doors was left unlocked, right? And then he goes into the fact that the kids were scared that, maybe somebody might be coming in after them. I don't know why they would be afraid of that. or if they were just terrified of him. I think they were probably terrified of him, if I could take a guess. But I find it really interesting that this uh, jerk, right, Russell, is trying to convince the officer that he's a good, fair person, right? He said, "Well, I didn't want to put the TV over there because, I wanted to be fair with the kids." He doesn't care about the kids, in my opinion. Good to see you, Detroit Rock City. Welcome in, guys. Good to see you. Kai J, thanks for being here. And Sabrina, so nice to see you. I will reach out to Justin about that audio. I know it's going to be so hard to clean that up. Hey, Mama Bear, good to see you. Hey, Lolo. Ava, nice to see you. Hey, Ida. Good to see you guys. Welcome in. So yeah, he's trying to again, and we watch Brittany do this as well. Kind of trying to convince the officers that they're good people, that they care about the kids, right? When really the unthinkable, just most horrific abuse that these little kids could go through, they endure at the hands of this, grimy scumbag here. Uh, Russell, we'll call him.
Look, I was the door was just locked.
Right. So,
Keep telling them me and your mom sleeps right down here in the front room. That he's gonna have to get me and her before they get you.
Right.
Or them come in.
right. So is there a door on your and Brittany's room?
Yes,
Okay. And was that closed or open?
closed.
It was closed.
Well, there ain't an actual door for our bedroom. We got two curtains hanging
Okay.
there for our private.
Right.
But we got our front door that comes in off Crawford.
Uh-huh.
Then there's another side door that
Right.
comes out that's right there in our bedroom.
Right, you're in your bedroom. Okay.
And I mean, all the doors stays locked. That one that goes in our bedroom.
So tell me again, what time did you notice him missing? Tell me one more time.
About 3:45, 4 o'clock.
So about 3:45 to 4 o'clock is whenever you checked in his room.
Yes.
And he was not there. So what did you do when you looked in the door and saw that it wasn't there?
Went downstairs checking the doors because he has took off one time before.
Oh.
I found him right out back on the basement steps. He was about halfway down.
Mm-hmm.
So I went in the bedroom. I slid my boots back on. You see, I'm still in my night.
Sure.
Slid my boots on. I grabbed my basement key. I grabbed my truck key, my car key. All of that. Went out, checked everything out there.
Mm-hmm.
Nowhere in sight.
And that is. Go ahead.
I walked about 4 or 5 blocks through there looking for him and that through the alleys and all of that. Didn't see him nowhere. I got tired of walking. I went back home, grabbed my minivan, went out looking for him about an hour and a half. Got back home. I took me my medicine that I'm supposed to be taking.
What is that?
I've just been buying Dayquil.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So,
Sure.
And there's some nights I'll 2-3 hours, and then I'll be up 2-3 hours. I'll get back up.
Uh-huh.
So it just depends on it. Last night I got up one time.
All right, guys, and I just wanted to do a brief comparison here. So the same story, right? Everybody goes to bed at 9 o'clock. The parents go to bed a couple of hours later, and bam, all of a sudden one of the kids just poof evaporates into thin air, right? Vanishes. Nobody knows what happened. He gets up around 8 a.m. He's driving around looking for James. All, in my opinion, probably a bunch of BS. And if he did, he was probably driving around, Katie style, with the windows to her SUV rolled up, right? As she's just driving around the neighborhood trying to be on camera. In my opinion, very, very similar cases here. Very similar stories. Also reminds me a lot of Jaden Spicer and the story that Felicia and Josh Gross tried to push off on law enforcement as well, right? Yeah, and Russell was awake every 2 and 3 hours, right? Yeah, he was awake every 2 and 3 hours, and it's like, what in the world, basement key. Oh my, I know. And the house it's a bigger house. They showed it on the news clips, right? Because they did like a big memorial for little James outside. And even, I think his sisters really deserve to, um, for it to be said that they endured horrible abuse as well, and my heart and prayers goes out to those two little survivors. Um, Absolutely so sad. Yeah, yeah, Lolo, I was thinking about it. I was hoping I could at least pull in maybe some of the more crisp details. It's so tough though with the background noise. That was another thing Mob Crew did such a good job on showing like how much feedback is actually coming from the audio of some of those cameras, right? So it's like really staticky. So even if you were to turn it up all the way, the volume, you couldn't get that like background feedback off of the audio, unless you have like a really good program. Um, but I can try and see what I can do. I know the one that I have has been doing some updates lately, so hopefully, um, but yeah, so we're just seeing the same story, right? And kids just don't poof in the middle of the night, right? A 6-year-old's probably not gonna leave in the middle of the night. I don't know what kind of neighborhood, they lived in. I think somebody was saying, Sasha said something about it may have been a bad neighborhood too. So very, very true. We don't know kind of, what type of area it is. I do have the address for the house. They give it in this, interview. So I was thinking about maybe looking it up on the map and seeing, but for all intents and purposes, we just have a lot to get through tonight with this interview. And I want to show you guys kind of how it plays out. But again, this is why I chose this case as a comparison, because it's the same story, as we see many, many times. Like with poor little Jaden Spicer, and then with Sebastian being missing. I just cannot believe that law enforcement would drop the ball when this is kind of the story, right? That's always given. Hey, Hallie S, good to see you. And so it's like, it's so crazy that they would pass the story off multiple times, right? And even with Summer Wells, we saw them just kind of, oh, she just, I mean, and with Summer, it was like she went in the house and she just like, never came out. Poof, there she goes. And it's just, in my opinion, it's poor police work, because this is what needed to happen. You put the hammer down on these parents. The kids don't just disappear. That is one thing that is completely impossible to happen, right? And should never be accepted, in my opinion. You know? Yes, Lola, the Ring camera video of the lights or the audio. There was an audio on one of the Ring cameras, and I don't know which one. The audio was really hard to hear, but I wish the FBI could have a crack at it, and they haven't. I would love to know what's being said. Yeah, same here. Well, and one detail that I've always been able to kind of make out, I think it was whenever Leanne put it on her channel, at MMO Tarot, and she's changed her channel name to, I think it's called Oracle Tarot now. But either way, love Leanne. She's an awesome person. And I could hear Katie crying in the audio. That was one thing that I could make out that sound. Um, and it's disturbing. I mean, it sounds pretty chaotic. Whatever was going on out there, I'm so surprised that none of the neighbors woke up. Um, because as bad as the audio is, it's still good enough for some things to be made out. Um, yeah, what a shame, right? Mama Bear says these two are like Chris and Katie. Yeah, Hades met hell, psycho lovers. I know, Mama Bear. And I mean, she was so worried about James. I mean, Russell here, and not worried about her little boy. And then once she realized that he was going to get less time than her and she was getting in more trouble, she's like, oh, wait a minute. He had just as much involvement, if not more than I did. And let me tell you all the things he did. Right. So, but he's going to confess to some of this here. Um, hey, KJ says, hey, Lady Freedom. I know my name is different. It's like, oh, KJ. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for helping me pronounce it. Thank you. I love you and catch you every chance I get. Oh, thank you so much, KJ. I appreciate you. I'm so glad you're fighting with in Sebastian's army. Thank you. Yeah, you know, it's so important for Sebastian to really get the respect that he deserves. In my opinion, whenever they drop the ball on these kids, especially when CPS was involved in this family's welfare as well, right? Same with Sebastian, same with Jaden, right? And every time they drop the ball, I just feel like, these kids deserve it. And in this case, little James has never been found either. So I think it's really important for us to, recognize that he's still out there. Um, and really, gosh, it's just some uncanny similarities, Yeah, we have a confession on this case. Fortunately, they both cracked, Sasha, but they were using each other as leverage, right? And then, I do have to say these people are scruffy, right? But Chris and Katie are more clean cut. And so, I do think that there was some unconscious bias that was present, as well as a conflict of interest, honestly. Holly S says, I can't forget the audio. A lot of the parts that I could make out were yeah, I got you, Holly. I mean, yeah. And these are the things that they want us to not talk about and they want to deny. And that's the problem here, is because, if they would have done their due diligence, all of the shenanigans that we're seeing here in this case would have been, kept out of the public eye, and they could have handled it with through the Sumner County Police Department, through their jurisdiction. But unfortunately, they've allowed for Katie and Chris to just kind of run the internet streets and, wreak havoc all over the place. And, so all of their stories um, have been misleading the public, and Sebastian deserves so much better, right? Holly S says CUP's voice is clear as day, in my opinion. I remember that being one of the reasons why I thought, oh my gosh, he really was in town, Holly, because I do remember there was a piece that did sound. I mean, we know Chris's voice, right? A lot of us, it's like nails on a chalkboard. So when we hear it, we know those voices. And sometimes I think that's why Katie tries to, you know, put on the production that she does, changing her, dialect and everything, that her accent. Yeah. Lolo says it's very disturbing, but it's evidence, and I wish LE would look at that. I know. I know. And I think that they really need to give that to the FBI for further analysis. I can't believe that the FBI would be okay with putting their name on the press release that just came out. I was thinking there may have been a walk back, but I still haven't seen that, right? Or, kind of trying to backtrack. We haven't seen that, you know. Um, it's the main reason I think he made it home, that audio. Yeah, Holly S. I just don't see why they would take the chance, but then again, that audio, yeah. I mean, it sounded like there was a panic, right? It was like, yeah, it's so disturbing. Hey, Carla, good to see you. I didn't know the Ring cameras were that sensitive either, and I didn't think that they would be able to pick up from, like, across the street, and that's why I was really hesitant too, Holly S, honestly. Um, yeah, summer was broad daylight, Sasha, I mean, broad daylight, and grandma was right there, or Grandis, was right there, and the boys were inside, and it was like, little Summer went into that little nook and never came out, well, the dungeon. Mama Bear says, I could imagine Chris talking how he cared about Sebastian to detectives. Sure, we had our problems, but I love the kid. Lies. Yeah, just like this guy. Absolutely. But it's very easy to pick up on some of the facial expressions, even with Russell here. If you zoom in on him, and it is a little pixelated when you do, you can kind of get a lot of his facial expressions. This guy is a very dark individual. Chris is able to hide it, in my opinion, because he's a narcissist, right? And he makes sure that he cleans himself up when in the public. Not like James, who is very scruffy. But you know, I don't let that fool me either, because, everybody can clean up really nicely when they want to. And also, Chris is used to putting on that mask and putting on that public persona. But I will say one thing that is highly disturbing about Chris is that he does blow up in public. And a lot of times narcissists wouldn't dream of doing that because of how much they care about how much others view them, right? They're so worried about it. They don't want to look silly or stupid in front of people. So the fact that Chris has made such an ass out of himself and he's okay with that is definitely disturbing, in my opinion, very distorted. Um, Holly S says, what's terrible is thinking that the FBI cleared it up really well and that they're still out walking free. Yeah, and I think that's one of my biggest fears, especially when, I talk about how, you know, trying to get a hold of Cash Patel. I understand he's a busy guy. I understand there's a lot that he has going, but it's just it's odd that they're not putting any focus on what's going on in Tennessee. There's a high level of corruption. I mean, there's way more to it than just Sebastian's case, but I think his case factors in my opinion. You know, so well, and I think I have good hearing. Even though I've listened to music way too loud my whole life, but I think that um it is difficult to make out, but there's some kind of panic, Lolo, there is. Um, Kiki says it's definitely CP's voice, and I heard him say Parkway. Parkway. Well, and I was trying to kind of decipher too, what he told the McCoys. It does bother me when he talks about hauling ass down the highway. Um, because it makes me wonder, was he hauling ass down the highway, or does he know the route in which somebody took in order to get Sebastian? In my opinion, yeah. Oh, Social Butterfly says, if you look at the part where you see a foot and two people look down on the arm, you see an outline where the Apple Watch is. Oh, okay. Social Butterfly, does it light up? Is that like maybe it was getting notifications? Because it seemed like she wasn't getting notifications at the restaurant. Um, because it would light up if she was getting notifications, I guess. Well, it could be a sealed indictment. It could be a sealed indictment, Sasha, and I've heard people say that before. I just don't want to hear that it's a sealed indictment and them hold us off for years and years with that, because I feel like at this point, it's just so hard to believe anyone involved in this case. And I'm not talking about Seth. So Lori says it was CP's voice, and I heard him say, "Go home, go home, Katie." Yeah, I think so too. I heard him say something to Katie. Um, it's almost I guess I remember her like almost getting scolded. Lolo says I could hear when CP said something to the effect like, "Wow, Katie, you really did it this time." Something like, yeah, there you go, Lolo. That's what I was thinking. I remember her getting scolded, and I couldn't remember like what she was being scolded for, you know? Um, yeah, thank you so much for reminding me too. See, Taylor says Mob did point out some interesting verbiage from the press release, and maybe there's hope. Yeah, I think there's always hope, C. Taylor, and I'm glad that you remind us of that because, it does get tough to see the silver lining, especially when I just think that they missed so many opportunities. I just do, you know? Oh, Detroit, I heard about that. I heard that Jimmy Kimmel got booted. It wasn't Trump, but it was the FCC. Celebrity Family Feud is playing right now in his place. Oh gosh. Hey, I like. Didn't Sebastian love Family Feud too? That's funny. I did hear about that, Detroit Lord. Oh my gosh. It's so weird because I remember watching Kimmel on, like, The Man Show and stuff, and then he totally turned into, like, I don't know, whatever they wanted him to be, I guess, I mean, I guess you gotta do that sometimes, that's why I'll never work for a network. Mama Bear says, "I think both Terry and Kathy Bowersox helped Katie. Terry was in Vietnam." Viet frickin' Nam, and don't doubt that he enjoyed killing the kids there. Oh gosh, Mama Bear, right? Oh, yes, that's what I believe. And Chris needed to be out of town because trying to get Faith. Well, and I wonder too, because I mean, they'll just protect him at all costs, right? When I was looking over videos and stuff, um, the conversation that Jay is for Justice had with one of Terry Bowersock's ex coworkers, allegedly. Um, yeah, it made me think too, back to that. Um, and that, the coworker alleges that, whatever Chris needed someone to help, him, and his flying monkeys would come, and that's what the narcissist does. They have their family members to come and do their dirty work, and they're happy to do it. So, yeah, the car footage, right? Social butterfly. Yeah. 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 I mean, Lori, that does put him in town, like if his voice is on the audio. Um, but it's so tough, right? Because they'd say, "Prove it." So, yeah, I wonder how long he was traveling on the road too. Social butterfly, that's such a good point. I don't know if they ever pinged his phone, Adam Forever 21, uh, when he retrieved his camper. It seems like they're really proud of all of the resources they wasted and didn't find Sebastian. Oh, we used fixed wing and we did this and even an airplane, and then we had this agency and that agency and this person came in. Yeah, but you still didn't find him. So that's what's so frustrating to me, is that they did a search saying that Sebastian could have gotten 4.5 miles in a radius around his home with no shoes on. I double dog dare any of them to try to walk that distance with no shoes on and see how far they get. I really would love to see them do it. It's the no shoes on challenge, right? Let's see how tough you are, you know? See, Taylor says I can't celebrating taking away free speech. though anyone's. Yeah, nobody's free speech needs to be taken. That is very true. That is very true. And really, if you don't like it, I don't watch half of it, you know. There's certain things that I will watch. Um, and I believe that everybody should be able to use their voice, you know, because if you don't, you're never going to hear other points of view, you know. It's just a very closed-minded thing, you know, either way. Because I listen to some um news outlets that I guess would be considered liberal and some that would be considered, you know, conservative, but I try not to only listen to one or the other, you know, I kind of try to change it up, but I like to hear many different perspectives. Carla says, absolutely not. Chris was there and the main person that did whatever to Sebastian. Yeah, I mean, I could see him doing that. I could see him having it in him more than Katie, but at this point, when we watch a mom like Brittany Gosney, I feel like, you know, she's absolutely going along with it, you know, and not wanting to get, you know, not wanting to lose her guy over the kids. It's very strange. So, I thought Jimmy Kimmel said something about the unaliving of Charlie Kirk. Guess I heard wrong. I don't know. I thought everybody was in agreement. The one video that I saw, everybody seemed to be been in agreement that that was wrong. I mean, I don't see how anybody could say it's right unless they're kind of being bratty, you know, and oppositional. Because most people recognize that Charlie Kirk didn't deserve to lose his life. I mean, a 31-year-old guy. I really enjoy watching his debates. I have to say that. And I think there's good points on, you know, on both sides of the aisle. But a lot of people enjoy that banter. A lot of people enjoy watching people that can shake hands after they've, you know, um, kind of disagreed. There's something nice when we see that, in my opinion. Sasha says, "What did CP say? He told us 3 hours and 37 minutes, something like that." Yes, he did. 3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep. And he was referring to, you know, his home on Stafford Court to wherever his camper was parked. Um, Adam Forever 21 says criminal accusation by the grand jury kept quiet from the public. Yeah, and it really could be. Look, they were telling us the whole time that it wasn't criminal. And then in the FBI release, there was a guy that was from the department where, you know, they're doing the criminal investigation, right? That's part of his job title, so to speak. So yeah, it's like no matter what Chris Proudfoot tells you, it is a criminal investigation. It always has been. As soon as they took their boots off the ground, week 1, they started their criminal investigation. I don't believe that that was the way they should have done it. I think they should have done it precisely how this office in Ohio did it. Tom McIntosh and John Hoover. The bald guy is John Hoover, and this guy right here, we call him Bad Cop, but he's actually a good cop, and his name is Tom McIntosh. And, you know, they did it right. They did it right. You look at every single angle, and don't think for a second that they weren't, you know, at the house gathering the information on her vehicle, still looking for James. They didn't stop. It wasn't just like, oh, we're going to operate off of this assumption for a week and not, you know, pull in the evidence that we need. There weren't search warrants executed. No one was brought in for proper questioning, in my opinion. For crying out loud, Seth had to go on Nancy Grace to take a polygraph test. You know, hello. So, Mama Bear says that's why Chris put all of his attention on himself to appear as the guilty one to protect those who did it for him. Chris is still guilty of being an accomplice or helping conspire to do this. Yeah, well, I think that he is just really good at being a jackass, and I think he likes it. I think he likes making people, I think he likes bothering people. Hey, Joe. Lori or Detroit says freedom of speech doesn't come without consequences. Choose your words carefully. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that too, Detroit, because there's always stuff that like we can say, but like, should we say it? Um, and I struggle with that all the time because I have quite the mouth on me as well, and I understand that some of the things, I'm like, um, yeah. Especially when it's on the fly. That's why it's hard, because that's why I don't like to do a whole lot of reaction videos, guys, because sometimes my first reaction is, even if I'm not trying to be performative, it's like, Meryl Streep, like, "Oh my gosh, swoon," and everything. So, yeah. Oh, it sucks for all the people that worked for Kimmel. Good point, Joe. That's a great point. Um, yeah. Yeah, that's terrible, right? Oh my gosh. Ugh, what a time too. Yeah. I know I try to filter myself, but sometimes I do lose my cool. Like a lot of times I don't like to just swear every other word up here, because I mean, I think I have a wider vocabulary than that, but in the same way, sometimes, the F bomb is necessary, you know? He does like it, Holly S. He thinks he's a celebrity. He thinks we really want to talk to him when really we're just, wanting to talk about Sebastian. We're wanting to find him. We could care less what he has to say. See, Taylor says he absolutely did not deserve losing his life, not at all. And we have to be open to debate across the spectrum, growth mindset versus fixed mindset. Yeah, absolutely, see, Taylor. It's just like when we see, a beautiful work of art, or some people might look at it and say, okay, that looks like crap, right? I mean, we're both allowed to think that, think that way or see it that way. And then sometimes we can get into a really long and heavy discussion about a piece of art or a piece of music. That's a beautiful thing. Or even when we're talking about these cases, sometimes you guys will come in and say things, and I'll be like, wow, I didn't even think of that, or wasn't on my radar, or oh my gosh, I've been in the rabbit hole too long, because maybe I would have been more rational and thought of it that way, right? Um, some people can be the voice of reason. Sometimes, we might be such, into a heavy mindset that we do need someone to help us snap out of it. So, yeah, we definitely need each other's opinions and stuff like that. Um, Joe, I don't know if it's an inside job. I mean, I don't know. I've been going back and forth with it. I'm worried about Candace Owens. I'm hoping that she's staying safe herself. Joe, you're a snowflake. Joe. Um, one thing I will say though, that I was a little bit disappointed with, um, you know, and I was just watching the whole reaction video that Charlie Kirk did on the South Park episode, that he was featured in. I guess Cartman was, I don't want to get in trouble for for saying it, but I don't know. He was obsessed like Cartman gets about stuff, and he was like, I'm gonna become a master debater like, Charlie Kirk and stuff. Really, really funny episode, guys. And it was even funnier watching Charlie's take on it, and he's such a good sport, right? He could have gotten mad, he could have been huffy puffy, he could have said, I can't believe someone's reviewing me, blah blah blah. But instead, he reviewed it himself, and he thought it was funny. I thought it was funny. He had like four guys on his panel, they were all giggling, really in good fun. But then they made him take it down, which I was like, well, why? So I hope that people will just show more love, instead of hate. And I'm not trying to be a hippie or anything. I'm just saying I hope we share more love than hate, and understand that we're all going through something, and some people are miserable, and again, I know Joe's used to seeing the liberal or the the progressive crabs, but I hate to see anybody in that bucket of crabs getting pulled down into the hate. I just don't, I don't think it's good, you know? So, all right, guys, let's go back into this the mind of a step monster, right?
Right. And so you've been up since 4, or did you go back to sleep?
Well, I went home about 5:30, took my medicine. Nowhere in sight.
And that is. Go ahead.
I walked about 4 or 5 blocks through there looking for him, and then through the alleys and all of that. Didn't see him nowhere. I got tired of walking. I went back home, grabbed my minivan, went out looking for him. About an hour and a half. Got back home. I took me my medicine that I'm supposed to be taking.
What is that? What is that medicine?
I've just been buying Dayquil.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So,
sure.
And there's some nights I'll 2-3 hours, and then I'll be up 2-3 hours. I'll get back up.
So
it just depends on it. Last night I got up one time.
Right. And so you've been up since 4, or did you go back to sleep?
Well, I went home about 5:30, took my medicine. I've been taking Thermoflu, Dayquil, and Mucinex.
Sure.
Trying to get all of it.
Right. Kind of bust it up.
And took some. I winded up laying there, dozing back off.
In bed or on a couch?
On the couch.
On a couch. So at what point did you wake up the kids or Brittany to make sure they didn't know where little James was?
Well, it was around about 8:30 this morning. I woke up with everybody, and we all went looking again, and then we couldn't find him nowhere. We came here.
Sure.
This was our last resort.
Right. Did he have his shoes on? Did he wear his shoes?
I ain't been up in this room. I don't know what's going on.
What was he wearing the last time you saw him?
He had on a pair of blue and red Batman pants, night pants.
Sure.
And a red night t-shirt.
Blue and red Batman pants. And a what?
A red t-shirt.
And a red t-shirt. And that's what he was wearing when you saw him last?
Yes.
When he went upstairs to go to bed?
Yes.
Okay.
Last time when he took off, he had his shoes on when I found him, and his jacket.
He had glasses?
Yes.
So does, what color hair has he got?
Brown.
How long is it?
About your length, maybe a little longer.
Hopefully you got a big ass bald spot.
No, not yet. Hopefully you don't wind up like that either.
Right.
Receding hairline.
So, what's your gut feeling of what you think happened to little James?
I don't know. I'm hoping he's somewhere there in the neighborhood hiding.
Does he have any friends that he hangs out with?
None I'm aware of.
Does he have any of the parks that he likes to go to?
Any park. He's in the swing, anything will be on. Any kid. I take them places, do things with them, but if they're bad, I don't reward their behavior.
How do you guys normally discipline them whenever they do screw up?
Make them stand in a corner.
Okay.
I try to refrain from whooping their blood or any. So worried about 2-for-1 kids with their.
Right. Have you ever been in trouble with them before?
No, sir. Well, my brother Lee called them on me one time. They came out.
Was that over on Woodside?
No, it was down in Cincinnati.
Oh, okay.
And they came out, investigated everything. He lied, said that I was burning my stepdaughter's hair. and burning her. She walked around with black eyes all the time. So they came out and investigated it all. I wasn't home at the time.
Right.
So I had to take off work one day. I was busy doing a side job.
Right.
The very next day I took off work, went downtown to where the building is.
Uh-huh.
Went in, I discussed it with them, and
Right.
that was the last we heard.
Okay.
Didn't hear nothing else.
I was looking at it. What's your phone number?
513
513
203
203
40
4090.
90.
So, does Brittany have a phone?
Yes.
What's her number? Do you know?
Good luck. It's programmed in my phone. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
79914 something. I can't remember.
That's all right. We'll do it. Okay. Well, like I said, I really appreciate you talking to me. And we're still trying to get to the bottom of all this. And obviously you and Brittany are our number one sources of information that's going to help us right now. So, again, you got to go to the bathroom, you got to do any of that, let me know. I mean, you're not, you're free to go whenever, but we got to find him. I'm sure you want him found as bad as we do.
I'd like to go as soon as possible before I go back out looking for him.
Sure. Well, you hold tight right here, and if you need something knocking on the door, I'm going to go check and see what else they can come up with, and maybe I got good news.
I hope so.
All right.
Okay, guys. So again, he's like, "Oh, I hope so." He's acting like an angel, right? And I just want to also point out that they went and reported little James missing on 2/27/21, right? And then they're interrogating his mom's boyfriend. And this is about 12:46 in the afternoon the next day. So he was maintaining that he was at home this whole time. So they went and picked him up from the house, I think, and brought him to the station, just to kind of put it into a little bit of context. So the police actually know a lot from what Brittany has told them, and she's already confessed.
Oh, this way.
Yeah. It's open. Yeah.
Hello. You want some more water?
Yes.
All right. Hold on. I'll grab back. Here we go. There you go. So, James, I've got some more, I got a little bit more info than we talked last time, and just because you've been here for a while, and you got brought down in a cruiser, didn't you? Okay. Well, we've got a little bit different rules and all that, and I'm going to read you this just because we've been here for a little while. I'm coming up. This is actually our Miranda warnings. Have you ever had these read to you before?
Yeah.
Okay. It says.
All right, guys. Sorry, I don't want to keep popping in, but yeah. So 27:31 is when Officer McIntosh starts reading his Miranda rights. So he is under arrest, right? And you see his face right there. Zoom in if you have to. He thought he was fooling this guy, which is pretty hilarious. And now here comes Miranda. Miranda has entered the chat.
Morning, I am a police officer. I warn you that you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can and will be used in a court of law against you. And you have the right to consult with a lawyer before and during any questioning, and you have excuse me,
Bless you.
and to have a lawyer present with you while you are being questioned. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you free before any questioning will begin, and you may stop talking to me or any other police officer at any time during questioning. If you wouldn't mind, can you put the date? It is 2/28, and we'll make the time, let's make it 1:13. And if you would sign that I read that to you, and
what time? 1:13?
yes, sir, 1:13 p.m. And if you wouldn't mind signing that for me, and do you read and write okay? Can you read that top paragraph for me, if you wouldn't care?
I, James Hamilton, have been advised of all my rights as contained on this card, and I understand all of them, and I wish to talk to you without, no, see, should have me write that before.
Why is that?
Depends on what kind of questioning.
Oh, it's just,
I mean, it's without a lawyer present. I mean, if you're sitting there trying to question me as a suspect or something like that, then
no, well, you've been here a little while, and you said whenever we walked in the door that we all want the same thing, and that's just fine, little James. I basically don't, I've got other officers out doing a bunch of stuff. I've got other officers that are out checking vacant buildings. They're out pulling videos from surveillance cameras that are in the neighborhood around there, and it's kind of like, I really don't have anything else to do right now other than to go back, kind of retrace steps, go over things again.
I'm starting to get hungry. I like to go home. I mean, I like to take my kids and my fiance home.
Sure. Well, with that being said, your fiance,
I'll answer
right?
Any questions you want me to. But
do what, sir?
I'll answer any questions you want me to.
Well,
as of right now, I have gave you as much information as I know.
Well, not necessarily, because Brittany's kind of told a little bit different version. And I would say a little bit just because that's just being conservative. She's told a little bit of a different version of kind of the events leading up to what has occurred. Like I said, you said whenever you first discovered that he was missing, you went out and walked the neighborhood, and we found, which door did you go out of?
I went out the side.
The same, did you go to the alley or did you go to Crawford?
I went over the alley and then down through looking for him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I said, he was on the back steps that first time.
Uh-huh.
That was my first thing.
The back steps, like
going down to the basement door.
Okay. And were those doors open?
No, they're not. They're padlocked shut.
Uh-huh. But now they are, or they were then?
They were then too. He was just sitting there on the steps about halfway down.
Oh, whoa. It goes down, then they're padlocked.
Yeah.
No, I got you.
Outside.
Yeah, I got you. So little James was kind of acting up a little bit last night, and he had to go to bed early, right?
Yes.
And what time did he go up to
don't recall.
Just a guess.
I don't even want to give you a guess because I do not recall how many.
So, but it was before everybody else.
Yes.
So you go upstairs with James and help him get in his bed or in his bedroll.
I did not.
Okay, you did not what?
Go upstairs with James.
Okay. Who went up with him?
They do it on their own.
Okay. So he went up early and earlier than everybody else. So aside from a time, let's say, not a specific time, but did he go up a half an hour early? Did he go up an hour early?
I'm not too for sure, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to sit there and tell you one thing.
No.
20 minutes from now, it'd be something else. And
you see, and like I said, I'm talking to you now because I've got more information And I've read your rights mostly because you've been here for a little while, and I don't know if you were maybe just tired, you were confused. You told me that you've been taking medication, but some of the kind of big details are different than what Brittany has explained to me, and as well as the other two kids. It's a little bit different than what we initially. That's why whenever something happens, I always tell people there's three sides to every story. What this guy says, and what really happened. Just because, it's just the nature of the beast.
Yes, sir.
Everybody doesn't see something.
Guys, I wonder if any of the officers that did talk to Chris or Katie ever said that to Chris. Because remember when Chris had said that, I think it was maybe, oh gosh, was it Duchess for the Missing or maybe was it Smiley? Help me out if you guys know for sure. But, and I'm slacking big time because I should know this, but I remember him saying that. And I thought, that does make sense. And I understand that concept, right? Because, and we've talked about it here, two of us can be, in the same situation, and have two different points of view on the same event, right? And then there's kind of where the truth meets, and especially if it's a traumatic situation or you and I have conflict or something like that, that's where that kind of comes into play. And it also comes into play when people are lying, though, too, because again, somebody might be lying, the other person could be lying too, and then there was the truth. So was concerned since the lawyer word came up. Yeah, they're still talking. Yeah, I know. See, Taylor, and the crazy part is with Brittany Gosney, which I do feel sorry for her because I really think that she didn't understand her rights fully, and I'm not giving her a free pass. I'm just saying that she really trusted the police officers when she really should have just kept her mouth closed and talked to her lawyers. But again, I'm not in the business of getting these crazies, off for the horrible things because they deserve way more time for what these little children endured, in my opinion. She said that she was a bystander, but I don't believe that because she started, singing about James when she found out that he was getting less time than her. Right. Well, he's going to get out before me is what she said. And then she just started spilling the beans, right? Or the tea or, the truth, or really throwing him under the bus completely and alleviating all responsibility that she had taken during her confession. So Social Butterfly says, in my opinion, not separate interrogation if CP and KP always not going into getting anywhere out of the state officers should interrogate the Proudfoots. Well, I feel like they were questioned in their own home and they took their word for Sebastian just walking off. And with them doing that, for almost an entire week, there was a lot of missed opportunities. Like, especially last night, someone in the chat had said, it looks like the green hoodie is touching Katie's vehicle. And if they would have dusted for fingerprints, they would have definitely gotten who that person was. But they didn't do any of these things, right? Because really, what they really needed to be focused on is the video footage, not what Chris and Katie were saying, but the camera footage from the neighborhood, the camera footage from that day. Anybody who had direct contact with Katie and Sebastian, and that doesn't seem to have happened. And again, they could have all lawyered up and they could have been lawyered up from the very beginning, and it's nobody's business. And I don't think Eric Craddock is going to come out and say it because I think he's more on their side than he ever has been on Sebastian's side. And, that pains me to say that. I wish he would prove me wrong. I really wish he would. So. Oh, Detroit. I know my mom would always be like, "Eat this liver and onions," and I'm like, "No," and she's like, "It's really healthy." I saw you guys with the recipes in the chat too, and Carla too. And if you make it for the kids and hide it in the food, always had to do that with vegetables with my daughter. It's so funny that you say that. But yeah, my mom would always be like, "Oh, here, it's so healthy and good for you," and I'm like, "Oh, I'm not eating liver and onions, but I do like onions." So, all right, guys, we'll go back into this.
The same. Everybody doesn't view something the same. Everybody doesn't remember something the same. But that's why I'm trying to talk to you again. I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm not trying to do any of that. I'm just trying to make sure we didn't miss something.
My main concern is finding James, sir.
Sure.
That's my main concern right now.
Sure.
I mean, that's all I got on my mind. Where's my stepson? Where's my stepson?
Then help you guys find James. That's why we're here.
I mean, you all the information I know.
Okay. So at some point during the morning, Brittany goes upstairs and picks James up and brings him downstairs. Do you remember that?
No, sir.
Okay. Because she's claiming you were awake and you were there when she carried him, brought him back downstairs. Is she incorrect there, or is she making that up, or could that have happened? And
it could have. I mean, I remember. I mean, like I said, I'd sit there and I'd doze off.
Sure.
I mean, I was just sitting right here going to sleep. Like,
Sure.
I mean,
So do you remember sometime after all the kids went upstairs and they were asleep or went to bed, because God knows they may lay there for an hour, but sometime after that, Brittany goes upstairs and gets little James and carries him back downstairs?
Not that I recall, sir.
Not that you recall? Okay. Because Brittany's saying that you were awake when she brought him back downstairs and you guys talked briefly.
I mean, I might have. I do not recall, sir. I mean,
okay.
When I'm half asleep in that,
Sure. But you're positive that whenever James went upstairs, you didn't go up with him?
I'm positive on that one.
You're 110%.
Yes.
So, all right, scratch that.
Can I ask what's being said about that?
About what?
Me going upstairs with James.
Yeah, Brittany and both kids are saying that you walked upstairs with James. Okay, let me scratch that. They're both saying you guys walked upstairs together. Now, whether you were walking up to do something else, because the bathroom's downstairs, right?
Yes.
Whether you were walking up to make sure the windows were closed, whether you were walking up just to make a sweep, make sure all the lights are out. I'm not going to say you went up together like hand in hand. I'm saying you guys went up about the same time.
Could have happened. I mean, I do go through making sure the kids turn the lights.
Sure. So when you were up there, was James, did he go straight to bed, or was he in his room? Was he in room?
As far as I know, he was supposed to be in his room going to bed.
But you didn't see him in there.
I didn't recall seeing him at all.
So tell me one more time.
And I do recall going up, turning the lights off because the hall light was on and the front room light was on.
And was that with little James?
He might have came up right behind me.
Well, but he got sent up because he was pestering you guys and being a pain in the ass. Everybody has agreed on that. Everybody has totally agreed that little James was being a pain in the ass and that he went up to bed. He got put to bed early. He was pissed. He didn't want to go to bed, which I get it. But he was being an ass, so you guys sent him to bed. And you went up, and again, either with him, shortly behind him, shortly in front of him. You and James were upstairs about the same time.
Could have been, yes. I mean, I don't recall seeing him up there with me when I went and turned the lights off.
Sure. When you went up, was he still downstairs or had he already gone up?
I don't recall right off, sir. I really don't.
Okay. So you go up, you make a sweep, and one more time, they've all got their own bedrooms.
Yes.
And it was your understanding that little James was in his room.
Yes.
Okay. So, because is saying, and kind of half backed him up here, and again, I know they're kids, but that James was actually in his bedroom with sleeping on the same mattress or bedroll that when Brittany came in and picked him up and took him back downstairs. And as for Brittany is saying that you were awake when she brought him back downstairs.
Well, when James went upstairs, it was 9 o'clock, their bedtime.
Okay. But
normally by then I am done sitting there dozing on the couch and getting ready for bed myself. I mean, I get up between 4 and 5 o'clock every morning and get ready for work.
Sure.
I mean, weekends, it's only days I got off. This morning, like after I came back from looking from him around 5:30, I laid back down, fell back to sleep.
So when you got up about, you said, let's say about 4 o'clock, when you first noticed James was not in his bed, correct?
Correct.
And did you check all the other kids' beds?
I didn't actually check. I just looked through the door.
Sure. And made sure that James wasn't in there.
Yeah.
And then at that point, did you say anything to Brittany?
Yes, I woke her up, told her that I was going out to look for him, and I'll be back.
Okay.
Apparently she laid there and dozed back to sleep.
Sure. So there's the house. So you're saying you went outside door.
Yes.
And you went to the alley?
Yes.
So there's the alley. And there's the downstairs stairs, right? In the back somewhere. So you go out this way. And which way down the alley did you go?
I went to the right.
So you came down and went down the alley that way?
Left.
Oh, you're right. My bad. So you went up and you went towards the tunnels?
Yes.
So.
Okay, guys, so he's getting a little bit nervous, right? He's really listening in. He's leaning into the officer now. It's kind of setting in my opinion, that he's under arrest. Obviously, he's been Mirandized, and he's obviously listening in and cueing in. He also automatically, and I didn't want to stop it right away, but in the beginning of where I started playing from, he also started saying, "Oh, I just want to know where my stepson is," and he started referring to little James as his stepson, so right, yeah, Carla, but he's really not his stepson because they're not married technically, right? They've been living together, he said, for 9 months, right? But they were living in hotels, and then they've barely been in the house on Crawford Street for not even a month by his account. So, but he's definitely getting nervous, in my opinion, and obviously you can see him leaning in. The officers taking notes, asking him specifics, right? And that's the thing, that if they would have nailed down the Proudfoots, I think they could have gotten more specifics, in my opinion. They'd have more evidence to date. Because I read a post by Nick Barris saying they have nothing at all, which is very sad. Hey, KJ Mac, good morning. So, yeah, just, sloppy.
So
then I got so far up there, there's another alley that cuts this away. I went down it because there's garage and all of that right in there. I didn't know if it was unlocked, open.
Sure.
I went looking, went on down.
Right.
out the next alley.
Did you have your phone on you?
Yes.
So, which one of those phones is yours?
203-4090.
What does that look like?
Motorola E6. Me and her have the same phone.
Oh, okay. What kind of case does yours?
Well, she's using her new one, and I'm using. I mean, I got two phones also, just like Brittany does.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the main number I use. That number.
And what kind of case is on that?
Just a regular, phone case.
I mean, is it black? Is it
black?
It's black. Okay. Does it got a button on the back?
Yeah, mine does with the magnet.
Gotcha. And Brittany, her phone is an E6, right?
Well, she's using her, I don't even remember what kind it is. The one she mainly uses is her new one.
Okay. Okay, cool.
An LG something,
Right.
I don't remember right off.
So you went out, you go down, and you hit that street. That's going to be Sherman.
Mm-mm.
The next one.
Sherman's on the other side.
On the left
Sherman's
side.
goes towards the left.
All right, Wayne.
Yes,
Wayne. So you go over, you hit, do you cross Wayne and stay in the alley? Or you went to the first alley?
I went down Wayne to that little park that sits down there.
Oh, yeah.
That was my next instinct.
Right.
There at the park.
So you did walk all the way down to Sherman Park?
Is that what that's considered?
Yeah. They got the basketball goals,
Yeah, because it
the
goes all
alley.
the way through.
It's kind of hilly a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Sherman Park. So you walked to Sherman Park, and did you walk through the park, or did you look around and just go straight back?
Walked through the park, looking around, went back up Sherman, walked through a couple alleys over that way, and then I came back to the house, got in the van, went looking for him.
Okay. And so did you have your phone on you the whole time?
Yes, but I don't keep my location on.
Oh, okay. Why don't you keep it on?
Just don't like to.
Okay. Do you
Battery dead.
do you have a Google account?
Yes.
What is it? Do you know what it is off the top of your head?
All lowercase letters. JAWS.
JAWS
937
937
@gmail.com.
Okay. And that is attached to that phone.
Yes.
Very good, very good. Because that still works even though your location ain't on. That way I can just say, yeah, you did go out and walk around and look for them and all that stuff. No big deal. So you were out looking for how long were you on foot? Looking for it?
Probably 25, 30 minutes.
25, 30 minutes. So then you go back. Did you go back in a house or did you just go back and grab your
went back and
van and then take off? Okay. So where all did you drive then?
I don't really know all the names of the streets.
Sure, but just right around the neighborhood?
I made it all the way from Braille over to almost Titus, driving up and down streets.
So you drove all the way out to Brill?
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I was looking all over for them.
Sure.
I went down as far as I went was to Grand, I believe it is right there.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I went down in
Did you make it over to Roosevelt, like around the tunnels and the woods and all that? So did you cross the tracks at all?
No, I have not.
So while you were looking, you went all east.
I went all over by our house.
Right. But you went all east. So at no point during that time frame were your Googling going to show that you were west of the tracks.
No.
You never went across tracks. So very good, very good. Well, and with these kind of things, since I basically got nothing else to go on until I do, I'm sure you've seen enough TV and enough movies that all we can really do is focus on you guys to see if there's any info that you guys just forgot or anything of that nature. So,
I'm just.
So you can
honestly looking for my stepson.
Right.
I mean, literally, that's all I want.
So you can honestly say that no way do you remember Brittany coming down with little James at some point.
No. I mean, not that I recall. Like I said, I was sitting here off and that.
Right. Well, James, here's kind of where we are, like, just totally being completely and totally honest with you. We all, well, you've been in trouble before. You've got a prior, you've got DV issues, you've got had an abduction issue.
Well, that was dismissed in court, though.
Okay. All right. What court was that?
Cincinnati.
But what I'm saying is, we all do things that get out of hand. There's always things that are going to pop up that, looking back, we wish we could have changed or have controlled or did later.
There's a lot of things.
And and I'm right here with you. I'm right behind you. I mean, just because I'm on this side of the table, I ain't one frog's hair any better than you are. I mean, they're just.
I dealt with detective. I'll forget his name right here over my nephew touching my stepfather there.
Right. One of these or the other one? The one
of these. Detective, I can't remember his name right off.
Right. Who was your nephew?
Michael Abney.
Okay. So, but what we are right here, right now, is kind of, I guess, I hate using the word, but I'll use the word opportunity just because I really have never, 15 years, I've never been able to figure out a better word for it. But it's kind of an opportunity for people that I talk to, if there's more to this story, if there's more information, if there's details.
Leave me your card, I'll call you
if there's anything at all. Right.
I mean, I'm very cooperative.
Sure.
I mean, I ain't never once lied about nothing I did or nothing.
Right.
I mean, I own up to everything I've done.
So would you take a polygraph test?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you give me permission to check your phone and your email to
I prefer not. There's pictures in that's in there that I don't want nobody seeing. That's in my Gmail account.
Okay. Of adult?
My fiance.
No, Brittany.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, that's fine. That's no big deal.
Well, I mean, I still prefer not.
Okay.
For that reason.
So I can look at everything but pictures.
I don't really mind, no.
Okay. All right. Well, hold tight. Grab it.
Can I ask how much longer this?
Okay, so he was just about to ask how much longer is this going to take, right? Because I'm sure his next excuse, now I haven't watched this part, but I'm sure his excuse is going to be like, oh, I don't feel good, I'm still sick, right? Brittany was coughing. Now, she did have a pretty hefty cough, but then again, you know, they do smoke cigarettes and stuff like that, so you never know if that's kind of affecting them too. Lolo says, I'm sure there are pictures you don't want LE to see. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they did have cameras too at the house. And, you know, Kelly was asking if, you know, he knew that Brittany had confessed, and he didn't. He didn't know at this point. He was leveraging a little bit, but the officer was also using a tactic from probably something that he heard when he left the room and came back. in terms of saying, okay, James was acting up, right? He was in trouble, and he kind of walked right into that too. So just a really good job. And again, we're about an hour into this interrogation. He's been placed under arrest, and um, they are working on trying to get, more details out of him. I can't even really call it the truth because, of course, these people are going to really lie to save their own butts. I wonder about that. See, Taylor, that's a good question. And I'm wondering too because see, one of the phones didn't get turned in. Um, and I probably should have done these a little bit like staggered, like done her interrogation and then his. But I kind of wanted to go through because hers was a lot longer and more drawn out than his is going to be. Um, in terms of getting to the same result where there's a confession, he definitely breaks before she does. Uh, you kind of get that sense that there's kind of no love lost in this situation. So I'm thinking that he had probably a side piece or maybe talking to somebody, talking to somebody else. The guy clearly didn't want any kids. And, that's what it comes down to. And some people just don't want kids. And it's weird that they would fall for somebody, or even think about it when people do have kids. But I guess they're just selfish like that. I don't know. And then some of these parents will like turn on their kids. So good to see you, Forget Me Not, and welcome in, guys, to the chat. So yeah, he's definitely having an oh shit moment right now. Yeah. And I think he's probably gonna start with yeah, just the whole I'm sick, I've been sick. He's probably gonna start coughing, saying it's, possibly COVID. So here we go.
Hey, James.
Yes, sir.
Talk to you out there at your house
Yes,
for
sir.
a few minutes. I just talked to my girlfriend there, and I'm terrible with names. What's her name?
Brittany.
Brittany. All right, now she's told me most of the truth, okay? She's saying she don't remember where he's at, but she told me about he's dead, okay? And that you guys were together with the children, okay? It is what it is. Like I told her, can't change it. I can help you through this, but you gotta help me through this, okay?
What do you want to know, sir?
I need to know where the body's at.
That I do not know. As for me being with her and the kids,
Mm-hmm.
no, sir, I was not.
Okay, and we can talk about that
I
later.
got home.
We can talk about if you were there or not later, okay? She's saying all five of you were together, and this is what happened, okay? I'm not gonna go into details, what she told me there, okay? So at this point,
Well, what did she tell you that happened, sir?
well, I know that he's dead, and I know that his body's somewhere, and I need to figure out, I'm wanting right now to recover his body is really important to me, because it gives closure to both of you guys. Okay, that's the most important thing. We can go into detail later. Okay, but right now I need to know where he was, where you guys were at when this happened, or where she was at when this happened. Okay, because surely she's smart enough to tell you, even if you weren't with her. Okay, you got to take some ownership of this. Okay, don't minimize anything.
The ownership I would take of it where I didn't call when she brought the body home, sir.
Okay, where is the body then? When she brought the body home, what did she say she did with it?
She didn't tell me, sir. It happened up at Rush Run Park. It's where it happened at.
It happened in Rush Run.
Yes, she was supposed to take the kids up there, give them a scare tactic.
Right.
Drop them off for a few minutes, turn around, go get them, because they all was acting up real bad.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Well, all of a sudden she calls me, tells me he's dead. Who's dead? And she told me that James was chasing after her. That he tripped and fell and hit his head, busted his head open.
Okay.
And he was dead.
And that very well, it's an accident.
But now, so when she brought the body back to the house.
She brought the body back to the house.
And what's the conversation then?
conversation
I'd have
is.
been freaking out.
I was. I
Okay.
told her. I mean, she called me. She said, I can't find nowhere to do this. That drop them off or nothing. I said, Rush Run, boat dock, right there by the bathroom.
Right.
She told me that she's at some building.
Right.
I don't know exactly where she's talking about, the building up there at Rush Run or none of that.
So, did she leave? You're saying she brought the body back home, though?
Yes.
Okay, where was the body at when you saw it?
Upstairs in his bedroom.
In his bedroom. And
What time?
when was all this? A couple days ago? Yesterday, today?
Friday night.
It was Friday night, so we're into Sunday now. We were Sunday morning. And how did you guys come up with the idea of, well, we're gonna have to report him missing at some point, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That was her idea, sir.
Okay. So, you guys are up, or she's up at Rush Run, she brings the body home. Does she go back up to Rush Run?
No, she does not.
Okay, this is gonna help you tremendously. If I can find this and you weren't there, then if you can help me find the body, then that's gonna be huge for you.
Right now, you're trying to do the right thing and help out your fiance. You're protective of her already. We've established that because you were talking about having dirty pigs over, and you don't. And that's what a man does.
Okay, guys, so I just want to pop in there. I know because it's going to get a little bit, it seems like it's going to get heated with the pictures, but I do want to say that I think it's really interesting how they kept her for questioning, right? And then they go and pick him up later on. And so now he's telling this information, right? And I think that it's really interesting the roles they're playing here too. Like we understand that you care about your girlfriend. See, Taylor says, "OMG, the Park story may be a piece of truth." And see, I know that's what's so confusing too about this story that they're giving, right? And it's the same thing with a lot of these cases. Like it just doesn't make sense. So, even those weird details, like it does seem to me that he told her to like take them out to that park and just leave them. And so she said, okay, I'm going to do that. And that's precisely what she does. And then little James does get hurt at some point because it does seem like, no, that's probably not what happened. They probably never drove out to the park. And it's probably a situation where they were at the house the whole time and like she ultimately says, blaming James and say, blaming Russell James, here the stepfoot, that, it's all his fault and he hurt the kids before they left and little James like couldn't take it. And when we find out, more into this, it's just horrible the crap that people will do to these kids, and I just can't imagine it because they're just little people, and I don't know why or what could possess them even when they justify it and say, oh, it's discipline. No, it's not. um no, it's okay, C. Taylor. No, I'm right with you though, because it's just like what the park story is actually quite comical if we think about, like, yeah, right, you just drove out to the park and you were going to leave the kids there, right? It doesn't like make much sense. It really doesn't, because what are the kids going to do then? Like go into the wilderness? Then again, we talk about the Canadian mom monster Rachel, right? And little Clarabelle, and she just left her out, and said, "Mommy will be back," because, well, that's what she thought her mommy was going to come back. And the park story really got crazy too. C. Taylor, when they talked about like the bathroom, she added that detail in that they were in, near the restrooms and stuff. Yeah, it's just all very hard to believe, you know? Yeah, he's talking a different story right now. Rethabel, he's like in their fiance right now. He's a stepdad. Now he's a fiance. Now they have these ties, and now they're becoming normal when they were really just dysfunctional. Um and this guy's like super scuzzy for sure. Um, Sasha says these cops are fucking awesome. Wow, Ohio, listen to that crazy accent. Wow, it's north and south. Well, and um, I think they just did a really great job, like, of kind of handling the situation, because then they were able to go to the house, grab James up, and then I'm sure they had like a warrant. So they were able to look around the house and try to figure out, um, you know, what could have happened here, because if little James was there for 2 days, there would definitely be evidence of that, right? I mean, not to get too horrible, because just poor little guy, 6 years old, just a little guy. um he thinks he's smooth. KJ Maxx says he thinks he's smooth. It's just like he thinks the cops are lying about her telling, so this is how they get them to turn on each other and spill the info, right? Yeah, because like I'm not sure of the timestamps, but I might try to do some comparison, but it's like, okay, so right now it's what, 1:46 on Sunday, the 28th. She came in on the 27th at like 9:30 or 10 in the morning. So, all yesterday she was in, the hot seat, right? And then they go and grab James up. So I wonder, because she also is in the hot seat at this time taking her polygraph test. And I believe it was somewhere around this time that she was actually in the polygraph. So that gave these two officers time to go to James. And this is where we see kind of like the magic of them all working together as a team. It's really, really awesome. These detectives are great. And then the other guy is obviously in there, and he had been in there with um, Brittany, I want to say since, the earlier morning time, right? And going over her trauma and her dynamic and her household when she was little and different things like that, in order to get a good idea of, how she was psychologically. They did a whole bunch of different questions with her and the other detective that administered the polygraph. So, um, I know, it's hard not to be cursing, especially with these stories. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they're just little people. I know, Retha. Yeah, they are. They're just like little people, and he was just like a little guy. Just so sad. And the one silver lining is his two sisters did survive, because yeah, these people are such monsters. Just monsters.
And protects and helps is, I'm going to call her your wife, but nobody's blaming you for you trying to help her.
Yeah, I help my wife. Okay, I understand that. I understand the love that you have for her, okay? It's not what we're talking about. We really do understand that. So she brings the body home. Is it in the bedroom? And then what happens? Even if you yourself went out totally by yourself and got rid of it, I just need to know where. You're
still helping your wife.
I don't know exactly where it was, sir.
Okay, were you with her when the body was dumped?
Yes.
Okay. If we went out driving, did you take it back up to Rush Run?
We wasn't up at Rush Run, man. I went to the East Suffolk Bridge. He's in the river.
Okay, what bridge? Middletown Bridge?
No. Cincinnati.
Down Cincinnati?
Well, it's the bridge that goes from Kentucky to Indiana.
Was it 71 bridge? Is that 71?
275.
Oh, okay.
All right. Did you bag him up or anything?
No.
So he was in his clothing? Okay. How did you what time of day or night is this?
This was about 3 o'clock this morning.
This morning? Okay. What did you do with the other two kids go with you then?
No, they was at home in bed asleep.
All right, so both of you guys get up. We got to do something. And then take him down to Cincinnati off 71, you're thinking?
275, yeah.
Okay, and just throw him, did you go throw him off the bridge or did you?
Throw him off the bridge.
Was it like a stream or was it the actual river?
The actual river.
The Ohio River, the big one.
Yes.
All right, but you're doing good. I know this is hard on you, all right? Look at me. I know this is hard on you.
Now I'm going to jail just for helping her. Though.
Okay, we can figure all that out. Okay, listen,
This ain't fair to me.
it ain't fair to the little boy either. We'll figure it out.
No,
We'll
I
figure it out.
agree with you. I told her that. I mean, when she called me and told me she's at the wrong place, I told her, fucking turn around, come home. Turn around, come
At
home.
the wrong place. You mean a rush?
At Rush Front. When she said she wasn't at the right place, there's a building here, I can't do it there, I say, turn around, come on home. Just bring him home.
All right. Okay.
What was her plan then? Because he didn't accidentally get fall.
I don't know, sir. I mean, the story she told me when she came home, 1 minute it was he had the handle door and she took off and he fell.
On a car? On a van?
On my van.
Okay.
Then the next minute it was that he was chasing after her, tripped and fell.
So she told you a couple different stories.
Yes.
All right.
I put that on my mom's grave.
Okay.
sir.
Okay. I can confirm that.
So when exactly was the first time she called you and said, basically, hey, something's wrong with him? When was that?
After she dropped him off there at the boat dock, she called me immediately, told me she's on her way back home and that he's dead. Or I'm sorry, she sent a text to my phone is what it was.
Mm.
I called her instantly. What do you mean he's dead?
So was he by himself or were the other kids?
The other kids was there too.
They were with her?
Yes.
Okay.
It was the 3 kids and her that left the other Friday night.
Sure. Okay.
All right, bud.
The only part I had for them was not calling you when she came with the body.
Well, and part of this too, you may need to hop in a car with me and him, and you're going to show us where this happened at, where he went in the.
Either way, we have to recover.
Yeah, we're going to have to recover. So, all right, we'll just hold tight.
Restroom, give me 1 second, I'll think you're okay, all right? And that's all I was putting in, I'll take you back.
You need to use your restroom?
There we go. Hopefully it ain't too hot on the napkin too. You get any rest last night? As well as to be expected, I reckon.
Yeah.
All right.
I still can't believe I'm fucking let her try me into this bullshit.
Right.
Really can't.
Well,
I feel so terrible about it.
Sure.
I really do.
Right. So did you get with one of the COs asking to speak with us? I talked to somebody said you asked to talk to us again. Okay.
One guy, he was there and he told me that he was going to be pulling me out.
Okay, very good. Since you're in here, I got a different day. I got to read these to you again. Same thing as before. I'm going to go ahead and read through it all though for you. Says, warning, I'm a police officer and warn you that you have the right to remain silent, that anything you say can and will be used in a court of law against you, that you have the right to consult with the lawyer before and during any questioning, and to have a lawyer present with you while you are being questioned. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you free before any questioning will begin, and you may stop talking to me or any other officer at any time during.
Okay, guys, I just want to note that now this is Monday, right? He was under arrest. They probably took him into a cell, And now this is going to be Monday 3/1/21, right? The timestamp, and it's at night 7:54 at or excuse me 7:54 in the morning. I had to convert it over to military time. So just kind of want to want to point out that he's no longer in his street clothes, right? And they are Mirandizing him for another round of questions.
Question. Do you understand all these rights? Yes. Go ahead and make it 3/1. Can't believe it's March already. 3/1/21, and make it 07:52.
Oops, I wrote that wrong to the spot.
That's all right.
07:52
a.m. And then if you sign that top line and read that paragraph to me, that'd be great.
James Hamilton has been advised of all my rights as contained on this card, and I understand all of them, and I wish to talk to you without having a lawyer present.
So kind of where we are right now is we talked for a while yesterday, and I'm sure you were kind of jacked up and excited, which is totally understandable. And I think you were mostly honest with us yesterday.
I was 100% honest with you.
So, well, where we're at right now is Brittany has given a lot of information that makes sense. We've been able to corroborate some of it. There were a few things in particular that I wanted to ask you about. Right now, we're at the point where we're kind of missing some pieces. You've already kind of explained a lot of your involvement, so the missing pieces are quasi-irrelevant. They're not super important, but I need these pieces just to tie everything together. Does that make sense?
Yes. I just got one. I mean, your partner told me he let me get some phone numbers and that.
Yes, and I just thought of that. Remind me of that.
When am I going to be entitled to use the phone and have a bond?
I don't know right now. I can't give you an exact time. There's a couple. I mean, you're going to go up to court at some point today. I know just kind of due to the circumstances for cases like this that are kind of like, I guess, not that any other cases are.
Can I ask, exactly what all that she said?
Well, and this is kind of where this comes into play. As a general rule, what we do is I'd kind of like to kind of start over again. And a lot of the stuff you've told me, maybe some stuff you left out or were unsure of, or maybe at the time it didn't seem important. But now is kind of where I'd like to start from. Maybe we'll go back even a day earlier, and I'm just going to let you kind of talk me through the next 48 to whatever hours.
Go back the last 9 months, which, been all what it has been, a big argument over that boy between me and her.
Over which boy?
James. He was always causing problems for us. What do you really want to know?
Yeah. Does he, like you say, problems? What kind of problems was he causing?
Raising his hand towards his mom,
right?
Her, not pointing to the schoolwork.
Sure.
Just a problem child.
Mm-hmm. No, I get it.
He took after his dad. His dad didn't.
Who was his dad?
Louis Edward Hutcherson.
Louis Edward.
As far as I know.
L-E-W?
Or L-E-W-I-S.
Louis, what is his middle name?
Edward. I don't know how to spell that.
I got you. Edward
Hutcherson. Did she even tell you his name?
I think she may have told the Hoover. but I got it anyway.
I mean,
So let's
I
go.
knew he was living up in Piqua, Ohio.
Oh, okay. So, let's start. I think the last time we talked, we started Friday at like noon. Let's go back to Thursday at noon. Okay, let me ask you this. So, what days of the week do the kids go to school?
Mondays and Tuesdays.
Monday and Tuesdays. And what hours do they go to school?
They get picked up by the bus at like 7:15, 7:30, somewhere right along in there. It might be 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Because there's mornings I'm not going.
Hey guys, I just want to pop in and say too, Brittany Gosney, the mother of little James Hutchinson, was telling the other officers that the children were causing James to have seizures because of them just being kids. So like them just being in the house and being kids and, probably laughing or watching TV or, playing with Play-Doh or, any of the things that little kids do, right? Playing dolls because there's two little girls. Yeah, that was causing James here to have seizures. James Russell.
On the work.
Right.
And they don't get home till around 4:15.
Okay. And that's on Mondays and Tuesdays.
Yes.
So he did all of them go to school on Monday? Or I'm sorry, on Tuesday?
Yes.
And they all went to school on Monday?
Yes.
Okay, so they all go.
It's the homeschooling part where he gets her the problem.
Okay, because they do a homeschooling when?
Wednesday and Thursday, and then Friday's supposed to be a video conference.
Yeah, right. So for a homeschooling, do they use a tablet or what do they use?
The school sent a computer home with each one of them.
Oh, okay. Where do they keep those at? In the house?
Sitting right downstairs in the living room.
Okay.
She wouldn't allow them to take them up to the room. They done broke two of them, and James broke one.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm sorry. Broke two and broke one.
Okay. So they all three get off the bus on Tuesday afternoon, about 4 or 5-ish, right around there. And so did anything out of the sorts with anybody, either of the kids, happen Tuesday night? So we're into Wednesdays. Did any of them get in trouble? Any of them fight with each other? Any of them fall down the stairs?
Pretty much in trouble, sir.
Right.
They always was lying to us.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone.
About what?
Everything. I mean, we asked them one little simple question, and no, I didn't do that. And we know they did.
Mm-hmm.
And they just, everything.
Okay. Kind of all three of them, a continual behavioral problem.
Yes.
I gotcha. Are any of them on any type of medication, or are they
all, 2 years ago, they lived down in Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
Louis Hutcherson, Brittany Gosney, and the 3 kids.
Mm-hmm.
All lived down in Kentucky.
What part?
I want to say Lewisburg.
Oh, okay.
I think.
Okay.
From what I recall. Might have been Lexington.
Lexington, okay. So they all lived in Lexington.
He calls her sister, Priscilla Farley, my soon-to-be ex-wife, needing a place to stay. After investigated 2 foreign kids, and they're scared 2 foreign kids from come take their kids and all of this.
And it's just 3 kids?
Yes.
He doesn't have any kids by anybody else?
No.
Okay.
Well, me and him, he lived with me before up here at 505 Crawford, first floor is where we lived at the first time.
Right.
Well, him and my buddy's wife takes off and leaves.
Mm-hmm.
He goes down to Lexington, a bunch of stuff was supposed to happen. He called her. But 2 years ago, they called my wife wanting to come up and live with us.
Mm-hmm. And that was Priscilla?
Yes.
Okay.
we let him come and live with us. Me and my wife was arguing and fighting and all of that a lot constantly, like I told you before. I was on the process of leaving her and that.
Sure.
I told her, I said, because she asked me about it, she knew I didn't really want nothing to do with her brother because how he's done us in the past.
Sure.
I told her, I said, I don't care, it's up to you, I'm on my way out the door. I mean, she knew I was getting ready to be leaving.
Right.
Well, she decided to go ahead and go down and get it. I was only one drove. I took off, I went down there, I picked all three of the kids up, Brittany and him, me and my wife, all in my pickup truck. Not enough room or nothing for all of them.
Right.
Me taking chance, child endangerment and all of that. Got them back up here. We lived all together at 1229 Woodside. Apartment 1, first floor. We lived there probably 6 months, 7 months. There was one night I got up late at night. I was in the kitchen, standing in the window looking out. My sciatic nerve was bothering me. So I was walking through the house trying to get it to quit. All of a sudden, I go into the living room. The wife came out, went to the bathroom. She went into the daughter's room, checked on the daughter, went back over into her room. I came out, I sat on the couch. Well, when she was in the bathrooms, when I came and sat on the couch. She came out of the bathroom, went in the daughter's room, on her way back through, she noticed me sat on the couch. She accused me of being in there fucking Brittany with Eddie right there, Lewis, right there with her. No, never happened. Well, that caused a big argument. We took them and dropped them back off down there in Kentucky, the same place I brought them from.
Right.
Me and the wife got talking about it and that. I told her, I said, it's not fair to these kids. I said, we cannot let these kids get took from them for our stupidity. So we decided to go back down and get them. We came back up. I was in the process of trying to get Brittany her license, on the wife about getting her license. Well, took them over. When I say them, I mean Lewis and Brittany over to, I can't even think of the name of the park now. It wasn't Smith Park.
And guys, I just wanted to pop in too, just to give a little bit of backstory. So Lewis is Brittany's ex, that is the father of James Hutchinson, but not the father to her other children. So just to kind of put it out there, that's who he's referencing right now.
You cross over the railroad tracks, go up the hill, you make a left-hand turn, and it's right down in there, you make another left-hand turn. No, it's not Sunset. It's up off 122. She was in the bathrooms when I came and sat on the couch. She came out of the bathroom, went in the daughter's room, on her way back through, she noticed me sat on the couch. She accused me of being in there fucking Brittany with Eddie right there, Lewis, right there with her. No, never happened. Well, that caused a big argument. We took them and dropped them back off down there in Kentucky, the same place I brought them from.
Right.
Me and the wife got talking about it and that. I told her, I said, it's not fair to these kids. I said, we cannot let these kids get took from them for our stupidity. So we decided to go back down and get them. We came back up. I was in the process of trying to get Brittany her license, on the wife about getting her license. Well, took them over. When I say them, I mean Lewis and Brittany over to, I can't even think of the name of the park now. It wasn't Smith Park. You cross over the railroad tracks, go up the hill, you make a left-hand turn, and it's right down in there, you make another left-hand turn. No, it's not Sunset. It's up off 122.
No.
But you,
Seabold.
There we go, Seabold. I took them to Seabold Park, let Eddie Lewis drive my truck. He drove around in there for a while, doing pretty good and that. I want to try. Okay, I let Brittany drive my truck. She's doing pretty good and all of that. I had my car at the time. Well, took them over there in that the next time, let them drive it around in that. All of a sudden, the next thing I know, she just started taking it upon herself, thinking she could drive my car when she wanted to without license.
And this is Brittany.
Yes.
Right.
And, man, that was so tight. But, all of a sudden, I get a phone call one day. I'm at work. Lewis, I call him Eddie. That's
Sure.
For years, that's all we call him.
Right.
But Lewis and her got into a real big argument. Lewis took James with him, wouldn't give him to her. Well, I told her, I said, you're the mother, state of Ohio is mother, state, you got all rights. Call the police on them.
Right.
Well, she never did. She called his cell phone and told him what was going on. If you don't give me him, I'm going to call the police on him. Well, finally she got him. It was the day after work. I got off around 4:30, 4:45, somewhere right along in there. I met up with her. I took my truck and parked it at my buddy's house. We drove around in the car for a while. I asked her what she wanted to do. She was cooling off, going back to the house. What? She said no, she did not want to go back there.
Right.
Well, me, kind heart like I am, didn't want to see them kids or nothing on the street.
Right.
I went in and rented a motel.
And that's whenever you guys really started being together?
We was in the motel room for about 3 days, 4 days. Everything's fine. Kids, no problem, no nothing. She started having feelings for me. I mean, according to my wife and her ex-old man, they all was saying that she was telling them that I was too old for her. I mean, ever since my wife told me that, I fucked her that time.
Sure.
I said, oh, what you're causing is making me want to now. And she just kept it up. Oh, you fucked her. You fucked her. Well, I finally came out in the whole house. I told her, old man, told her to her face. And even my wife. I said, well, now I want to fuck her. And me and her stayed in the motel about 3 nights before me and her did anything. Nobody believes me on that. I mean, I'll take a life.
Oh, I believe it. I believe it.
And that's how it really led to me.
That's how you and Brittany got together?
Yes.
Okay. So, but at what point did the kids start really being an issue? Because you guys have been together, what, how long? Altogether
that was either March or May of last year. I can't really remember.
Right. So
Yikes, guys. I'm sorry about that. I totally would have given a trigger warning. I was like, okie doke. So yeah, so much for that love story with James and Brittany, you know. This guy's like, well, I never wanted to be with her, you know. Oh, yikes. So very twisted, tangled up mess. And then there's little kids involved, right? And then they're kind of the afterthought, you know, and kind of just seems like they didn't want him around, right? The kids were in the way of the adults acting like morons, you know. Yeah, KJ Maxx says this guy's really going on and on about his dysfunctional relationships with everyone else. It's insufferable. I know, right? And like you would think he's like some sort of a stud muffin, but we see him and it's like, not so much, you know? Yikes. Sorry guys. Big time trigger warning. This James Hamilton is a monster and he's really, really gross.
you've been together for almost a year.
Almost a year.
Okay. So, at what point did the kids really start being an issue?
Well, I mean, 1 minute they'd be an issue, we punish them, put them in a corner. I mean, we try mass things with these kids, make them have canned goods in their hands, tippy toes, fingertips on the walls. Nothing was working with them, nothing at all. Me and her started getting into it real hot and heavy over it. I told her, I said, I can't be putting up with this. I said, I just left this same relationship because of the same issues.
Sure.
I mean, my stepdaughter towards the end, she started acting up real bad towards me, telling me, oh, I hate you, I don't want you
How
there.
old was she?
16.
And that was,
I'm sorry, 7.
and that was Priscilla's daughter?
Yes, the one I raised.
The one you raised.
6 months old.
So how long into your relationship with Brittany did the kids really start becoming, let's say, borderline unbearable?
About 2 months ago.
About 2 months ago.
Yes.
And
then I kept arguing with her.
That's when everything really started jumping
I kept
off.
telling her, I said, either you need to find somewhere to go with you and your disrespectful kids.
Right.
Or I'm leaving. Well, I guess she got tired that night when me and her got into it. She went up there, took them, kept telling me she's going to take them and drop them off. I said, I don't care what you do with them.
Sure.
I said, I ain't got no part in it.
Right.
I said, you go ahead and take my bag, do whatever you want with them.
Sure.
I mean, I wasn't refusing her a vehicle to where she could take them to her sisters or moms, I mean, something. And next thing I know, I get that text from her.
And what the text said?
On my way back, he's dead. I mean, she told me she was taking them up to Rush Run and dropping them off. Me and her done it twice before as a scare tactic.
Had taken them up to Rush Run?
We dropped them off right there by the bathroom. I drive out by the exit there, turn around right back in.
Right.
Well, they learned something, they'd be all right for 2-3 days and then pack it right back up.
How long would you guys normally leave them there?
Just long enough to drive right out to the road, turn around right back in.
So maybe 10 minutes, maybe.
Not even that, I mean, 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. So, when she left with them, it was your understanding that she was not bringing them back. She was going to drop them off somewhere.
I didn't know exactly where she was dropping them off. I mean, she said that she was taking them to Rush Run.
But she told you that when she left?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought she was just going, like I said, we did a couple other times, turn around, pick them up. Well, she called me. I'm at the wrong place. I can't find the place. So then I said, just turn your ass around, come the fuck back home.
And this is text?
No, this is phone calls.
Phone calls, okay.
Because she called me saying she was at that building at the wrong place.
Okay.
Whereas I mean, the only place I've ever been, Rush Run, is right there at the lake.
There's a couple of different areas over there.
Well, there's also another place across the way I've been, but I ain't never seen no building.
Sure.
So I had no idea where she was.
So, but you then gave her directions, I guess.
I told her that Rush Run boat dock. It's the only thing I said.
Sure.
Then, I mean, that's after her insisting, oh, I'm dropping them off somewhere. Fuck these women, I'm dropping them off somewhere. Well, she kept that up with me. I told her twice. I said, turn your ass around and just bring them the fuck on home. Well, next thing I know, I get that text. On my way home, he's dead. Call her. What the fuck you mean he's dead?
Right.
I said, turn your ass around and go get him. And I was thinking about calling the police on her. I told her that then. She started crying, begging me not to.
Right.
And I love her. I care about her. So I did. I mean, I fucked up.
Yeah, I get it.
I fucked up.
So you told her to go back and get him?
Yes.
And she did?
Yes.
And again,
And I also told her, I said, you should have called the police when it happened. I said, at least then it would have been an accident instead of a murder.
Right. So what's your gut? Do you think it was an accident? How did she she explain?
She told me 2 or 3 different stories about it. I mean, like I told you yesterday, one minute she told me he had a hold up of the handle of the van, one minute he didn't.
Right.
Then all of a sudden, he had a hold of the handle of the van.
Mm-hmm.
Did you run him over? No. I swear to God, I didn't run him over. I asked the other 2 kids because they were supposed to have seen it all. They said no, she did not run him over.
Right.
I mean, when I seen him, I did not see no indications of him being ran over, nothing.
When you saw him, did he have any visible injuries?
Just a big one right here on his head.
Was it bleeding?
Not bad, I mean.
Was he bleeding anywhere else from his?
No.
So, she brings him back home. How did James get moved from the car to the house?
She did.
Okay. So when she brought him in, where did she put him?
Laid him in the living room floor right there as soon as she walked in. She took off her coat, hung it up, sat down beside him.
Which coat was she wearing?
That pink one.
Does it got writing on it or markings or anything?
No, it's pink with a bunch of fur in it and that.
Okay. So, where were the other kids?
Right there with her.
So, did they walk in with her while she's carrying them?
She came in first. They were still busy getting out of the van, closing the van door back.
What were they doing? Were they crying? Were they freaking out?
No.
Were they?
No.
They say a word?
Act normal. I mean, like nothing happened.
So, did they go upstairs or stay down there with you guys?
Stay right down there with us. I mean, they've been so bad, we ain't even been letting them sleep in their own rooms. They've all been in the corners for 3 months, 4 months. I mean, there might be a break in between here where they got out for a little bit. And I kept telling them, it's your decision.
Sure.
If you lie to me, you're going to be in the corner.
Right. The kids.
Yes. I mean, that's what I kept on. Right. You keep lying, you're in the corner. You keep getting in trouble, not doing what you want, instead of what you've been told, you're in the corner still.
So, he's laying in the living room floor, and did he stay there until he was taken elsewhere?
No, I got tired of him laying there myself. I carried him up, stuck him in the front bedroom upstairs.
Okay. The front bedroom. Was that the little one? Which bedroom was that?
You go straight up the steps and straight in.
Okay. And what did you lay him on a mattress or on a blanket, on a rug?
I just laid him on the floor.
Flat on the floor.
I mean, she didn't even have enough common courtesy to close the door's eyes. I did.
Right. So, at what point what did you guys discuss then?
I was trying to get her to go ahead and call the police there.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't want to. She was worried about going to jail.
Mm-hmm.
She ain't never been in jail a day in her life at that.
Mm-hmm.
I have been.
Sure.
Told her, if anything, I can't see you go to jail and be without your babies and that.
Mm-hmm.
I told her, I said, I'll step up to the plate and take the fall for everything.
Right. I gotcha. So, how long was he in that residence until he was moved?
1 night.
So, 24 hours?
Yes.
So, kind of starting there, when did you guys decide where you were going to take him?
We never really did decide. All what we decided was a bridge in the river.
Mm-hmm. And tell me again, which bridge exactly was that?
The bridge that goes from Lawrenceburg, Indiana, into Kentucky.
Mm-hmm. So you're familiar with that area, I guess?
Yes, a little bit.
Okay. So,
what bridge did she take you on to last night and tell you it was?
One kind of down that way.
Y'all told me she was here, there, and everywhere when y'all was investigating her and that. I mean, you sure it's right one?
No, I'm not. That's totally why I'm here talking to you. One of the reasons is just kind of making sure, because like I told you, she told us.
But as for up at Rush Run, I cannot tell you nothing about up there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I kept telling y'all, you guys put us all in the same room, question us all at once. I'll get the truth out. You'll know the truth.
So you tell me that is for sure the bridge that you guys took him to?
I don't know if she took you to, right?
No, the one that you just told me about, the one by Lawrenceburg. What road was that?
275, I believe it is.
Okay. So you guys get there, and who was driving?
I was.
You were driving. So you guys are getting there. You guys get there. Kind of take me through a play-by-play of.
Well, we're getting close up to the bridge. Notice there's some cars coming up behind me.
What time of night was this?
Well, it was probably 2:00, 2:30 when we left the house.
On Sunday morning, yesterday morning. Okay. So I'm sorry. So you leave about 2:30.
Yes.
And you pretty much drive straight there?
Yes.
Okay.
45 minute, maybe an hour drive.
Mm-hmm. So you get there, then what happens? You start pulling up to the bridge like you just said.
Well, I got maybe about 100 yards away from the bridge. I noticed there was headlights coming up behind me. I told her, she said, pull over, stop, wait a minute, let them pass you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I did.
Okay.
Then once they passed and got so far ahead, I put it down in drive, turned my headlights back on, took off about halfway across the bridge, stopped, put it in park. She grabbed his feet, I grabbed his shoulders and threw him.
Mm-hmm. So what was he wearing?
Red jacket, red and black and gray jacket, tan pants. Had another little black thin jacket on underneath that red one.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a mask on or anything, or any kind of hat or anything else?
I know when she left with him, he did have a red hat on, and when he came back, I didn't see no red hat.
When they left going to Rush Run?
Yes, he had on black and white shoes.
Mm-hmm. So.
Okay, guys, so I just want to just stop it right here. So before he was talking about how they arrived at the bridge off of 75, the Cincinnati Bridge, and that's where they threw poor little James overboard, over the bridge, right into the Ohio River. And he states that they were both in there and that she had him by the shoes and he had him by the shoulders, and they both performed the act of throwing poor little James into the river. So I just kind of wanted to recap that. So he said that they left around 2 to 2:30, and it takes about an hour, 45 minutes to an hour to get there. So his story is kind of staying consistent. Now, Brittany's story was all over the place. He's kind of more to the point, this guy, even though, you know, he's absolutely crazy. He also stated that the kids started causing trouble and being disrespectful about 2 months ago. And he told Brittany to go ahead and just take his van and go drop the kids off. So again, it is somewhat corroborating the story, right? That you know, they did in fact have this as an idea to just drop the kids off at that park area. Now he's saying that he didn't tell her where to drop them off and that he didn't know, but she says that he told her where to drop them off. And that was at the Rush Park there. Rush Run Park, I think it's called. An idiot man jealous of another man and taking it out on an innocent child. I agree, Carla. And, you know, I mean, who knows, too? He could have been just taking it out on the girls too. I mean, because they weren't his kids, and it just seems like he didn't want kids. He had to, raise one kid. He was done raising that kid, and just, ugh, just terrible. It's just terrible. Even a woman that kind of emotional IQ stuff, Letitia Stout came in mind. Yeah, she was jealous of that poor child. I agree, KJ Mack. I do agree there. I think that poor poor Gannon, really. Um, yeah, and another great example of how, these people come in and, they want these people to themselves and don't want anything to do with the kids. It's very odd, that people don't consider the children even a little bit. Yeah, I couldn't have stuck around for that at all, Lolo. Exactly. And I think that's a great catch, Carla. I really do. I think that that had a lot to do with it, right? I mean, especially because now we're finding out that there was some sort of relationship between, or knowing of each other, right? He didn't say that he really knew the girls' father, but said that he knew James's dad, right? So, yeah, absolutely. Oh, they do. Just completely evil people. I mean, and Brittany was smiling in her mugshot, by the way. So, I mean, she is, in my opinion, she's worse than James, but I because I do think at least he's being more honest, which I'm surprised to be saying that or seeing it. But he is taking a lot less time of the officers, and he's just basically telling what happened. In my opinion, he's a lot more believable than Brittany. But then again, they did take deals, right? They pled guilty instead of taking it to trial. So um, you know, there's that. Okay, here we go, guys. Sorry there.
Did he have his glasses on when she brought him back from Rose's Shrine?
No, he did not.
He did not. So, you guys pull up. You guys see a car, you pull over right before the bridge, or 100 yards before the bridge.
About 100 yards.
Right around there. You wait, you go by. As soon as that happens, you guys pull up, and there's really not much room there.
She jumps out.
Okay.
I didn't even open my driver's door. I just climbed around. She opened the side slider door, grabbed his feet, I grabbed his shoulders.
So did you just crawl up through the van, or did you get out on the road and go around?
No, I never got out and went around the van.
Okay.
I crawled back up through it.
Okay, so you got out, you helped her get him out. So there's a little bit of a ledge there. Did he hit that ledge?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay.
I mean, as soon as we let him go, I jumped right back in the van. When we got going some, she looked at me and said, I heard him hit, and kind of giggled about it even.
Right. So did you see him, did he float? Did you see him floating?
I don't know. I had no idea. She got straight back in the van and we took off.
Tell me about the rope.
Well, she and I both kept threatening to hog tie them for weeks, and I mean weeks. Well, finally she decided that let's go ahead and hog tie them, see if that'll work. That didn't work neither. They woke us up to 2-something in the morning, Friday morning, and that's when all that happened.
So all three of them were hog tied?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
is she just telling you one?
No. And again, that's kind of where we are. You're worried entirely too much about what she said.
Well,
no. Listen. I want the whole truth too. That's why you know the whole truth. You're sitting here fishing me to see what I know, And I've been fished by the best of them, and I'm not going to be a dick about it, but you ain't the best.
I mean,
okay, I've got I've got a lot of info here.
She wanted something to help hold him down in the water. There was a brick tied to his chest.
There's a brick tied to him.
Yes.
What kind?
Okay, guys, and I just want to pop in. Yeah, it's so sad, and that's why I really wanted to highlight this case too, as well, for the really hard police work, teamwork that we're seeing, because it's got to be so frustrating for officers to work, their butts off to get all this information, gather all of the evidence, and then get it over to the prosecutor, and then the whoever's going to be prosecuting the case, and then the judge. Um, presents it to the jury, or there is, in this case, a plea deal. But it has to be frustrating, right? I heard somewhere on a YouTube channel today, I was just watching a quick short on this subject that someone else had covered. They said that Brittany got, like, and I'm guessing it was like something like maybe life, but then she's eligible for parole in 21 years. I wanted to kind of look more into that, but that's what it said on the quick Google search too. And that's what it was saying. When she did plead guilty, so that and then when I looked up James's, he only got 19 years. So yeah, and Detroit said, look, they could really probably even possibly serve the 21, or excuse me, the 10-year sentence, you know, um, which is terrible, you know. So I'm not sure if her eligibility is in fact at 21 years, and she'll have to at least be in there that long. And maybe the same goes for him. I'm not sure. But yeah, that would suck if they'd have, get off for good behavior or something like that. Especially because we've seen them be so manipulative. And then also, obviously, James doesn't care if he gets together with another woman. I think in little baby Emmanuel Haro's case, um, it's just, I mean, we just cringe to think that these people are going to be walking around. I do think, and I don't know if this is just specific to Ohio, but I was reading something about how James had to register as a child abuser. So I don't know, without having looked further into that, if that is part of the stipulations when he is paroled, or if when he is eligible to go before the parole board. Um, and I mean, they can always deny it. So um, which in this case, I think that'd be justified. I really do. And one more thing I wanted to also say is that James stuck with the story about James, little baby James, holding onto the door handle. And that one always sticks out to me as being very untruthful, right? Just because, like, if she drives away, I don't think he can hold onto that door handle with his little hands, right? His little 6-year-old hands on the door handle to a van. If she drives away quickly, um, there's just no way he'd be able to grip onto there, in my opinion. So um just awful, just awful, awful. Mama Bear says so many step parents zero in on a child or children, and the bio parent allows, and so often joins in on abusing them. There's a sick obsession that takes over them. Yeah, I agree that we see it very, very often whenever there are step parents involved, and it's both sides. I'm not saying it would just be like the stepdad, right? But this is just comparing two to Sebastian Rogers, but great comparison too with Letitia Stalk, right? Because she was a stepmom and she did the same kind of thing here. Thank God they were able to find Gannon, and put him to rest, and all of that. But unfortunately, with them taking little James and throwing him off the Cincinnati Bridge, um, you know, and they were talking about the flow of the river and stuff like that. So this was well planned out, this whole situation and what they were going to do with little James. So, I mean, it does happen too often, if it happens once, it's too often, and it's just terrible. Yeah, KJ Mac, I agree. There are many families who have children living in horrible conditions, both physically and mentally. Yeah, and that's one thing that I kind of did, uh, or we've talked about a lot in the Sebastian Rogers case, that, coming into a house that's clean and has, not, or doesn't have bugs everywhere, it does have food and, all of that, um, absolutely would cause you to think, differently, about homes that you did come in and it was just filth, and I understand that. But I think we need to also understand that, abuse can happen in every different, race, religion, nationality, social class, right? It can happen in a mansion, it can happen in a shack, it can, absolutely happen anywhere. It's just that family dynamic has to exist, that dysfunction. Excuse me. And in this case, it does seem like a bit of jealousy, because everyone was saying, even during the day show too, just, what was it about little James that he was getting, more harsh punishments? And now we're kind of unraveling and seeing, more of what could have been going on here. So, just absolutely so sad, right? Mm. Yeah, they've never found him yet, Lolo. They have not found him yet.
And the brick,
About this long, about that thick.
like a cinder block brick, or like what kind of brick?
Something like a center block brick. It's more like a yard walking stone brick. I mean, it's about this long, probably about this
Where
wide,
did it come from?
about that thick. Found it in the backyard.
In your all's backyard?
No, a backyard around the corner.
Okay. So you go out the back of your yard.
I never went looking for him, sir.
You do what?
We never went looking for him or nothing Sunday morning, like that was said.
Right. Where'd you get the brick? You go out of the back of your yard and you go to the right down the alley, or to the left down the alley?
To the right.
So you went to the right. Did you go to the cross alley, or did you go on? So you go to the cross alley and you make a left.
Yes.
So
some bricks in that laying there, and I found that one.
On the right side or the left side?
On the right side, I believe, sir. I can't remember.
Okay, sure. When did you go get that brick?
Saturday.
And you were trying to find something to hold him down. So the brick, you said, is tied around his chest.
Yes.
Is it tight?
Kind of tight, yes, sir.
So are there holes or notches or anything on the brick?
There was one hole straight through the center of it.
Like long ways?
I mean, there's 3 little holes all together.
Sure.
But the one was all the way through. That was in the center.
Right. So the brick, I'm going to say it looked something like that.
Yeah.
So where are there holes? Show me where the holes are.
First one like right in here. And there's another one right in here. And another one right in here.
Okay. And is there one through it?
No.
Okay. So
when it's sideways, like it's laying there, there's no zoning that away. It's just that away.
So where on James is the brick tied?
His chest.
Like across?
Well, it's
or is it up and down?
Long ways.
Okay.
Up and down.
And what did you use to tie that with? Rope. What kind of rope? Like nylon rope? Like
yes. Right.
What's it made out of? Well, I'm not gonna ask you that because I have no idea what any of my ropes are made out of. What color is it?
Red and black.
Okay. And when did you guys get this rope? When did you buy this rope?
Friday.
So you bought it Friday. Where at?
Walmart.
Okay. And did you use cash or card?
Cash.
Okay, I'm gonna give you this. She told me you use cash because your landlord had just given you a little bit of money. It fronted you a little bit. Right. So that's exactly what she said. See, this is how this works. I know a shitload of information about this. A lot of it's been confirmed, and I've ruled out some of it. Well, some of it that you told us initially. Now, with that being said, I'm not holding that against you because you're a little bit freaked out. But here's where we are. Right now is going to be one of your only opportunities to genuinely show me that you're going to cooperate. This is good. This is good because I knew all this. And we got a shitload of motherfuckers down there right now dragging us forever look for this little fella. So I'm going to ask, I'm going to ask you a very, very big question that and regardless of what you think you know about forensics, I don't know everything about forensics, but I've been told by several forensic people that we've got quite a long time that we can still find them due to water conditions.
And guys, I just want to point out too, see, Taylor says, of course they bought it at Walmart. Well, and that's the funniest thing too, because she was saying, oh, I wasn't at Walmart. Oh yeah, no, I wasn't at Walmart at all. And we were wondering, could that have been where they were buying things in order to, conceal James or even to harm him? And, because she was also saying like, oh yeah, I don't even really know what Lowe's is and da 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 da. And they're like, well, what if we say we have you on camera or something like that? And she was like, oh yeah, I was at Lowe's, like in the same sentence, right? So really, when you're put on the spot, it's very, very difficult to lie. And I really wish they would have put Katie and Chris on the spot, and Seth too in the beginning, in my opinion. Good to see you, Steph. And I don't mean that in a bad way with Seth, but what I mean is they would have been able to quickly eliminate people, and they would have quickly been able to get people questioned. And then even if they didn't take the bait, because obviously these people are talking a whole heck of a lot and aren't understanding of their rights, but at least they would have also lawyered up too. And then that could have been a really big indicator, even though it can't be used against them. Obviously, that's their right to lawyer up and everything. But at least they still could have made the arrests, and we could have tried to figure out, what's next, what happened to Sebastian, where is he, and bring him home. And maybe this case could have been solved a lot quicker, in my opinion.
And still be able to determine how he died. I'll say it like that. We've still got plenty of time to do that because the water's colder than fuck right now. And that water is kind of deep right there, so it's going to be even colder. So basically, he's going to be pretty much preserved, and we're going to find him if, in fact, that's where you guys put him. That's why it's very important that you're totally honest. Because the story about when, where, and why.
I'll take you right to the exact spot on that bridge.
Okay. You dropped him off on your first trip over that bridge?
No, second.
Third.
I'm sorry, because I went up, I turned around, came back across it.
Mm-hmm.
We got off at Orangeburg there, turned around, and came back on.
Okay,
and that's when I pulled over, stopped, and waited.
So you
on the way down, the first trip, I was in between, it was after Kilby and Lawrenceburg.
Mm-hmm.
On the way down, I told her, I said, I wish I would let you drive to where I went ahead and tied this brick around.
Sure. Was it already tied?
No.
Okay. So you actually did it there?
No. We stopped after we passed Kilby Road exit.
So Kilby's, if you're coming from, I guess
you go down 75, you get on 275,
right
going towards Indiana.
Right, you go by like Springdale and all that shit.
Instead of taking 74, you going off to 275 there for Indiana.
Okay.
We went around there. Once you get around that bend, and that's the very first exit, it's going to be Kilby exit.
And is that before Lawrenceburg?
Yes.
Okay.
I got maybe, because there's like 4 miles, maybe 5 miles in between them two exits. I got maybe about 2 miles up.
Past Kilby.
Yes.
So you're in between Kilby and Lawrenceburg.
Yes.
Okay.
Pulled over and stopped, turned off all my headlights, shut the van off and on.
And this was actually on 275 between Kilby and Lawrenceburg.
Yes.
You never got off at Kilby.
No.
But between Kilby and Lawrenceburg, they're in the bend.
Well, it wasn't so much of a bend.
Right. It's like the curve there that loops kind of around to the bridge.
Yeah.
Guys, I am really, really surprised that there was no witnesses to this at all. Even if it was 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm still so surprised that no one saw him, kind of driving around, driving up, or any of this stuff. I don't know the area very well, but bridges are usually pretty well lit. And I mean, unless there was really no traffic, I mean, I'm just so surprised that there weren't any witnesses.
Because you go on around, there's Lawrenceburg, you keep going, there's a bridge.
I was way before that.
Okay. But you were between Kilby and the bridge, or in
Lawrenceburg.
Gotcha. So that's where you tied them with the rope.
Yes.
So is the rope still in your house somewhere, or did you guys toss it out somewhere?
The only piece that left is in the garbage that she threw away.
Outside the house?
Yes.
Okay. What about the rope in the garage down over on Logan?
There is a piece in there too, sir.
Okay. Is there really any in the garbage, or is it all over there?
She tied a bag up with some in the garbage.
What was in the bag?
There's, as far as I know, just that piece of rope, sir.
Okay. Is there anything else in there?
There might be a couple little pieces of rope in there where they was gagged, their mouths and that too.
Okay.
I mean, you see, I'm trying to keep it 100%.
Right. Well, and you see, this is making it a lot easier. And I can already tell your shoulders have dropped a little bit. Dude, I know a lot of this stuff. I wasn't bullshitting you when I came in here. I know a lot of this stuff. And I've still got questions I want to ask you, and you're doing great. You're doing great. Because are you withholding little itty bitty things? You drove instead of riding the shotgun. That doesn't change any of this. You were still there with her during this. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like, don't look ahead. Don't read into what I'm asking you. Because the charges, I mean, it's already happened. Whatever you guys did. It's just a matter of figuring out exactly when and where. Hold on. Hey. And just keep it, it's a matter of figuring out exactly who, what, and where did what. All right? So don't think too far into what I'm asking you. All right? So how did this rope wind up in the garage?
Me and her decided Sunday morning before we came down here to take it over there.
Okay, is that the only thing you took over to the garage? You take that hat, you take his glasses, clothes?
His glasses is in there.
Is in the garage?
Yes, sir. I mean, you take me there, I'll get them on out for
you. Okay, where are they at in the garage?
There's, I don't recall right off, sir. It's underneath with,
is in there where the hard drives were?
Yes. That's what I can tell you. Same place the hard drives are.
Right. How many hard drives are there?
Well, there's one with everything on it. The other one, it don't have nothing on it.
Okay. What all is on the one that's got everything on it?
What all you'll see, her leaving with the kids by herself. Got taking them out to restaurant. Her coming back in with the kids by herself, carrying him in.
Did you watch all of that?
No, I was laying on the couch, sir.
Whenever she was walking them out. So your DVD does.
She came and beat on the door. When I heard a beat on the door, I jumped up, hurried up and opened it for her.
Okay. And then you realized what was going on, then you yanked it. So where was that hard drive? In that DVR system?
No, it's not. I took it out.
Okay. So
And she literally wanted me to help her cover it.
Right. Right.
I mean,
And I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that a bit. I don't doubt that a bit. So,
I mean, literally, you take me over there to the garage and say you're destroying it, and I'll go right to the spot, grab them out, and hand straight to you.
okay, what color are they?
They're in a blue and white box.
Okay. Are they broke or anything?
No.
Is there blood on them?
No.
Okay.
I mean, my main concern, sir, the rent's due today. I don't want to lose my house. I got the rent in my safe.
Mm-hmm.
I got like $1,100 altogether in my safe to pay the rent and gas and electric bill that's still due.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get in touch with the landlord.
What else am I going to find in that garage?
As in like
As in anything?
a couple guns.
Okay. Where are they at?
Right over by where the hard drives and all of that is.
What kind of guns?
There's one 22 rifle, a 357 Magnum, and a 38.
Where are those from?
The 22 rifle, I have no idea. I bought it from a friend. I traded him a compound bow.
Okay.
Right here in middle.
Sure. Sure.
The 357 Magnum belongs to an Aaron Boggs, right along with the 38 Special.
Mm-hmm.
His son, he died. He gave them to his stepson.
Mm-hmm.
When his stepson died, I wanted to go with them. They like sentimental value.
I got it. I got it. And no big deal. Are you prohibited from owning firearms?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's another charge on me now.
That's irrelevant. That's least
Unless you just open them for me and just take them, conversate with them.
Right. What else are we gonna find in there?
That'd be it, sir.
Okay.
His glasses,
The hard drives.
hard drive.
So,
Nothing besides my tools.
so yours, so as of, let me just make sure I got this right. Friday night, all three of the kids are acting up.
Well, actually, sir, more and more I think about it, it was Thursday night.
Thursday night, all three of the kids were acting up.
Well, they've been acting up the whole
Right, but they were acting up enough that Friday, you guys you bought rope from Walmart.
Yes, Friday.
What time of day was that?
Probably around 5
a.m. or p.m.?
p.m. I mean, I didn't get my check until like 4:30. I went up to the bank, I cashed it.
Rope, 5 p.m. on Friday. And did you get that from the camping area, from hardware?
I don't remember what area it was in, sir.
I got you. So, but you guys went there, were all the kids with you?
No, it was just me by myself, sir.
So you went there Friday about 5 to go buy rope?
Yes.
Well,
that wasn't the only thing. I went up there, I got me some more thermal fluid.
Right. But you and Brittany had already been discussing hog tying.
Well, me and her both has been threatening it for me.
Threatening to hog tie them.
Yes.
I got you. So from there, you get the rope on Friday, and are still acting like animals. So at what point did you buy?
It was Thursday, sir.
That
all of this happened, if I really believe correctly, all of this happened Thursday night.
So you bought the rope on Thursday?
Yes.
Okay. So Thursday or Friday, the kids were acting up. You go to Walmart about 5 p.m. and you buy the rope because you guys had been threatening to hog tie them, to make them behave, because all else has failed.
I mean, I went as far as I had her call the state of Ohio and all that. They wanted her to open up a case on herself.
Mm-hmm.
Make her have to go through a bunch of classes and all of this with them. I mean, they're the ones that was acting up, sir. I feel like
Sure, I got you. So Thursday or Friday night about 5, you go to Walmart and buy, so we'll go with Thursday. You go to Walmart and you buy rope.
Well, if I ain't mistaken, sir, it was literally Thursday.
Okay, Thursday. So Thursday about 5, you go to
Might have been even Wednesday I bought the rope, rather, because we had the rope for a while before. I laid it right there on the floor and behind him and showed me. And I said, look, I'm not playing with you all anymore.
So you bought the rope, you've been threatening to tie them up all the time because they're acting like little assholes. And then when did you
wouldn't do nothing?
Right, when did you guys first tie them up with the rope?
Thursday.
Thursday night, about what time?
I want to say probably about 8 o'clock, 8:30
p.m. in the evening. So you tie them up. So where was when you tied her up?
She was standing in the corner.
Was she on the ground? Was she laying there? How did you tie her?
She made her lay on the ground, and then she went to Brittany.
Oh, okay.
She went to tie her up, and she said, would you please help me? I don't know how to tie nobody up. I never did. Yeah, sure, I'll help. I did tie the other two up.
So were they on their stomachs, actually hog-tied?
Yes.
Laying back like you were hog-tied? Yes. Were they crying?
No, none of them cried about it. None of them nothing. I mean,
how long were they tied up? I'm sorry. So this is Thursday at about what time?
About 8:30.
8:30.
8:30, somewhere along in there.
8:30. So they were tied up Thursday, 8 or 8:30. Where were they at in that house?
Upstairs in the closet.
Where?
Upstairs in the closet.
In the closet. That kind of big room closet, or in a small closet?
In that middle room in that closet.
So you go upstairs, the one on the right.
They was in a room. Yes, when you went upstairs, the one right there on the right.
Yes.
That was the room. They was right there in that closet.
Okay. How big is that closet? It's not big, is it?
No.
So they were
probably maybe from that door casing out to that door casing, that square.
Okay. So they're tied up in there, and how long were they in there?
About 10 o'clock, I told her, I said, you might want to go up there and untie them before they lose circulation in their hands and all of that.
Sure.
Fuck them, I ain't untying them. And I said, well, I'm dead serious. You might want to, for real. And I went in, lay down, 12 o'clock, woke up, went to use the bathroom, went up, checked on them, they all seemed fine, and then
they were, so at noon, they were still good, but they were still long time.
Yes.
Okay.
Then all of a sudden, around 2:30 in the morning, I was hearing noises. I wake up.
So were they crying when you checked on them at noon?
No. I woke up, went up there. That's when they was up there making a lot of noises, being loud.
Were they yelling, like, to get untied, or just laughing
and go to the bathroom, laughing and joking?
I gotcha.
I went down, woke her up, told her, and all of that. She went up there.
And now we're at 2:30 on Friday morning.
Yes.
Okay.
She went up there, untied them. And me and her got into an argument and that's when...
What'd you get into it over?
Them kids acting up all the time and that. I mean, I told her 9 years was the oldest one.
Mm-hmm.
She told me every time she disciplined them, somebody would baby them.
Sure.
I said, well, instead of you letting somebody baby them for disciplining them, you should have done something about the person babying them.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't be as bad as they are now.
Right.
And it just kept leading on. I kept telling her that same thing over and over. Well, she went upstairs at 2:30, went upstairs, she untied them, let them out, told them all to lay down, go to bed. They all was up there still being loud and that. She went up there, made them put on their shoes and that's when she left with headed to the restaurant.
Was James alive then?
You know, and I can't believe it either. It's so crazy. They are animals. They are, Little Red. And you know, and the thing is these poor little children, you know, we're not laughing and joking. I don't believe that. And you know, and they are babies. So if she was babying them, I mean, they're 9, 7, and 6. I mean, they're still little kids at this point. Just horrific. What a complete idiot this guy is. In my opinion. You know? Aw, thanks, Aretha. Hey, I love having you guys. I love having the group we have. Um, you know, it's just we can definitely talk more, and you know, I appreciate your guys' feedback on these cases. Um, you know, it's just amazing to me these grown men blaming these little children every single time.
Yes, James was alive when he left my house, sir.
Am I going to see that on video?
Yes, you'll see him over and over and over. Well, she went upstairs at 2:30, went upstairs, she untied them, let them out, told them all to lay down, go to bed. They all was up there still being loud and that. She went up there, made them put on their shoes and that's when she left with, headed to the restaurant.
Was James alive then?
Yes, James was alive when he left my house, sir.
Am I going to see that on video?
Yes, you'll see him walk out the door and all with her.
Okay. So she left and went to restaurant, and that's when all that kind of jumped off. So at what point did you get all the rope out of the house? Did you guys get all the rope out of the house?
Sunday before we came here.
So she went to restaurant. Whatever happened with James happened. She brings him back home.
Early Friday morning.
So you guys basically sit on him for 24 hours trying to figure out what to do.
Well, Friday morning, me and her was discussing all about what to do and that with him.
Well, that would have been Saturday morning, because they were tied up Friday morning.
No, Thursdays when they was tied up.
Oh, okay, my bad.
I literally,
I got
think
you.
about it more and more in my head.
And it'll be on the video.
It was Thursday night when all this happened, when she accidentally killed her son.
Okay.
It wasn't on Friday night. He was in my house 2 nights there, sir.
Okay. So
the first night is when she first came back with him, which was Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Me and her were supposed to get up early Friday morning.
So
early Friday.
So well, hold on, let me make sure I got this. So Thursday night is whenever the hog tying happened.
Yes.
So
that's when everything happened.
That's whenever everything really just started. Thursday night, about 5 o'clock, they were a hog. No. Thursday night,
8:30.
About 8 or 8:30, they were hog tied.
Yes.
Tied. And then, so at about, said, what time did you go check on them?
About 12 o'clock when I woke up to use restrooms.
So I'm going to say midnight, you checked on them.
They all was fine up there, sleeping and quiet.
And then now we're at Friday.
2:30.
We're Friday morning at about 2:30 is whenever they were really acting up.
Yep.
You guys untied them, and
she untied.
Oh, okay. I got you. And she went to restaurant.
Well, it might have been about 3 o'clock before she left with the restaurant.
I got you. 2:45. So she gets back home Friday
morning around 4:30, 4:45, somewhere along
between 4 and 5. I'll leave it at that. And so that's whenever he gets brought in that house. and stays there until you guys leave with him on Sunday morning.
Well, it was, yeah, because it was after midnight.
Yeah. So Sunday, about what time did you guys leave?
About 2:30.
2:30.
About 2:15, between 2 and 2:30 is when we left.
2 and 2:30. And then you went to the river. And then you guys, but on your way to the river, you dropped off the rope at the garage?
No.
When did you do that? Once you got back?
Sunday morning here.
Okay. So then later Sunday morning.
Well, on the way to the river, we pulled over, stopped, tied them up.
Sure. And, but
well,
then.
tied the brick around.
Right.
And then tied them up.
And then after he went in the water, you guys came back home. Did you go back home and get the rope and stuff?
Yes.
So when did you pull the hard drive out of the DVD player?
Sunday morning.
About what time? After you got back home?
After we got back home.
From the river?
Yeah, she fell asleep, and I sat there and fell asleep, woke back up at 8 o'clock. So between 8 or 9 is when it stopped.
Is that when you pulled the hard drive?
Yes.
So between 8 and 9 a.m. you pulled the hard drive. And then you guys came to the PD, came down to the PD Sunday at about, that was like 10:30 maybe?
I believe so, yes.
10:30, okay. Well, okay. Your coffee is so good. You want some more? Yeah, let me go grab you some more. And I've got to go, I've actually got to make a call about another case. And I'll be right back, all right?
Okay.
Here you go, bub. All right, I'll be right back with you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Did I bring you coffee?
I could use some more.
No, I got it. You got it, dude. Whose are these?
Hers.
Those are Brittany's?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Let's make sure. All right, I'll be right back. All right, here we go. So before I forget, so your DVR.
Yes.
So is there a password on that to be able to play back what's on it now?
The year my stepdaughter was born.
What is that?
2002.
2002. That's the admin password.
Yes.
And do you just leave admin up there? And then you just put that password in, or do you have a username?
No username or nothing. It's just, you click on the playback for it, and then
it'll give you the option for password.
Yes.
Gotcha. So is there an email attached to that?
No.
Okay. Is there an email registered with that at all? Because I started to do playback last night at your house, and it asks me for the phone number and for the email.
Mine might be. I don't remember.
You don't remember? What is your phone number? Tell me again.
513.
513.
203.
203.
40.
90.
90.
And
all lowercase letters
for
the email.
Oh, okay, good.
All lowercase letters.
Good.
JAWS937 @gmail.com.
Is that the email that's registered on that phone?
Yes.
So,
that's the only email I got.
I think I asked you again. Is that phone locked? Does it have a pattern or a combination lock? Swipe. Okay. Does Brittany's phone have a lock on it?
Should not, that I know of, but she might have put one on it. I have no idea.
Right. Do you have the secret box or anything like that on your phone?
No.
Okay.
What's that?
It's an app that you can hide pictures or whatever and passwords for other shit. Where's the key at to that garage?
Home with my keys.
Where are those at?
Whatever y'all done with them, I left them at home on the table here that day.
Okay.
I told Rick I hung them up there, told Rick and showed him. I said, here's the key to lock the door.
Okay, cool.
I mean, literally, sir, I'll put it on my mom's grave. You take me over here, I'll go in, I'll hand you everything.
Okay.
Everything. No problem.
Sure.
No argument. No.
So,
every bit of it.
So, is for the bedrooms. So you go upstairs. I know it's kind of hard to see. You go upstairs there, okay? And straight in this room, this is what you call the front bedroom, right? So there's a bedroom over here.
When you get up the steps, you come this way, and there's a bedroom right in there.
Okay, kind of like that.
Yeah, but this front one's more, you know what I mean?
It goes all the way out.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Okay, and the door's there. Yep. Right here's there's a door.
Yep.
So there's a weird little closet bedroom thing.
There's another bedroom here, and then
off this bedroom.
Yes.
So you go in there, and there's another. Again, like you said,
and then there's another. Well, it goes all the way to the steps.
Sure.
Then there's another wall here.
Another wall there with a door, like right there.
Yes, and that's that big walk-in closet.
Okay. So tell me this, when you took James upstairs, where did you lay him?
When he came back in with his mother?
Yes, after they got back from restaurant.
This is a window over here.
Uh-huh.
Window up front here somewhere too.
Yeah.
And I'll lay them right in here somewhere.
Right in here. So let me write it on here. James after restaurant. Right here. Now, where is the closet at where the kids were hogtied?
You got a little like step out here.
Mm-hmm.
That's the chimney fireplace, I believe. And there's like a closet right behind there, right in there.
So, right in here is where the kids were. I'm just going to put where the kids were here. Okay. So in that garage over on, is it Logan?
Yes.
So in the garage, we're going to do it like that. It's kind of split in the middle.
No, it's wide open.
It's wide open. Okay, let's take that out. Let's start over again. So
there is two garage
doors, one there, and then there's a man door right there. Where are
always
the glasses? You go through the
main door. Over on this garage door, there's a C-clamp that's holding that door shut also with the lock.
Yeah.
You go in, right over here in this corner, there's a white 5-gallon bucket that's all over in it.
Okay, that's got the rope, the hard drives, and the glasses?
Yep, and
where are the guns at?
The gun, there's a rifle's right across here, and then there's my camera security system that's floor on. The rest of them's in that box.
Are there any hard drives in there, any base units, or just cameras?
What do you mean by base unit?
The DVR that all the cameras plug into.
I'm not understanding, sir.
You got cameras. There's wires that go into the box, a control box. That's, you're saying there's the rest of the security system. Is it just extra cameras? Or
No, it was my empty box from.
Oh, the empty box from all this stuff.
Yeah, from all the
okay.
cameras and the wires
Right.
and all of that already. And that's where all the two pistols is there.
Okay, I got you.
So literally, once again, I'll hand you everything.
Okay, cool. But everything's right there. Okay.
I mean, you know, I'm willing to cooperate as much.
Oh, yeah, and I, like you said, I greatly appreciate it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I really need right now. No, I'm not gonna ask you that. Did Brittany ever come right out and tell you how James died?
Like I was telling you last night, one minute she told me they all got out, went into that porta potty there at Rush Run.
Mm-hmm.
She was supposed to have left.
Okay.
Told me that James came out chasing after her, tripped and fell.
Mm-hmm.
The next story I got is that he was in there. James had a hold of the door handle of the van, and she took off. And I mean, I literally don't know exactly how.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I have no indication to believe you were there. But
once you get that hard drive and you check it, sir, right there, approved to you, I was
that you were. Okay.
I mean, literally, let me go get that hard drive for you. As soon as y'all get that, as soon as y'all get the whole truth.
Okay. So if I want to view that hard drive that's in the box, not in the unit, in the box, do I have to put that back in the unit, or can I view it directly off that, or do you even know?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I know there's two wires that plugs into it.
So you took where did you get the hard drives at?
Where did I buy them at? Because when I first bought the system, it was about, let's see here. Back when I reported my quad, they got stolen. I bought them about a month after that. That's been like 7 years ago now.
So you bought
I bought one then. It's a fatter one. Well, my DVR system started acting up, cutting in and out, cutting in and out, cutting in and out, in and out, and
it was getting full.
I went and bought a new hard drive. There ain't nothing on that one. When you check that one in the thicker box, you get maybe a half hour from Sunday morning before. Well, she said, that's recording now. That ain't messed up like it was before. Right. What are we going to do?
So how many times did you change the hard drive in your unit?
Just once.
Just once, okay.
But when I thought that one went bad, I went and bought another one. Best Buy is where I bought them at.
How long ago? 7 years?
The first one, yeah.
Yeah, where'd you get the other one?
Best Buy. And that was probably about a year and a half ago now.
So you got one 7 years ago and you got one a year and a half ago?
No, it ain't been that long either. It's probably been about 8 months now.
Okay.
Well, right before me and her got together and moved out of 1229 there.
Okay, cool.
It was about 5 months before that.
Okay. Well, I'm going to see what I can do about getting you back, and we'll kind of go from there and see how everything falls. It's very important, if you decide you want to talk with me or a Hoover, get with one of the COs, let them know you want to talk to us. And if you remember anything that you think's pertinent, whatever.
I mean, I've told you everything I know now, so everything.
Awesome. Good deal.
I mean, if you got any more questions, actually, I'll tell you.
All right. Well, hang tight, and I'll be right back, sir.
you need something?
Can I talk to that detective again that was just in
I'll
here
let
with
him
me?
know, okay?
Thank you. Make something. I forget now.
I agree, Carla. He's more believable than Brittany, especially because he's more straightforward. He's taking the situation much more seriously, in my opinion. Um, yeah, I agree.
How we doing?
All right. Macintosh.
Yes, sir.
When she did carry him home, brought back in that morning, he did have one shoe off. His hat was not off.
So he did have a hat on when he left.
Yes.
So, okay. So he was missing a shoe.
Well, she did put the shoe back on him.
Oh, okay. It was in a van.
Yeah, when she carried him in,
Yes.
there was no shoe on him. His glasses was missing. And his hat.
So where was that stuff? In the van?
The glasses got left in the van. I seen them in the van. His hat and his shoes she came carrying in with him. And she put it back on him and shoved the hat in his one coat pocket.
So, okay. So he had the hat in his pocket.
Well, his hat, if I ain't mistaken, when they left that night, the hat was on him.
Okay, but I'm saying you said you saw her stuff the hat back in his pocket.
When he came back in.
So, to the best of your knowledge, that baseball hat.
Well, it was Golly, I guess for Golly.
Oh, like a toboggan.
Yeah.
The toboggan was in his pocket when he went in the water.
Yes.
And he had both shoes on.
Yes.
And they were black shoes.
Black and white.
Black and white shoes.
But
So,
when she carried him in that night, he only had one shoe on. Missing his glasses and the hat was off.
So did he look dirty at all when she brought him back in?
What do you mean by dirty?
I mean, like, did he look like he had fell down? Did he look like he had been in the water?
The only thing I seen on him when he came in was that big spot right here on his head, like he fell and hit.
Was there any doubt in your mind he was dead?
No, none at all. So,
okay.
And when she brought him in, I seen him. I knew he was lifeless.
So,
I mean, I even asked her, why didn't you just go ahead and call the police then? I mean, literally, she would call the police then and just told them that she stopped and was using the bathroom and he tripped and fell.
Well, so we asked for that too. We asked for that a couple of times. Why didn't you call the police?
I mean, I don't try to did you actually watch it, turn around, come back home? Because I'm still wondering that myself. I told her that 3 times.
She's saying you told her to take him out there and leave him in the woods, is what she's saying. And she's actually, right now, she's taking a polygraph test to see if her statement is accurate about what.
I kept telling her she needed to do something with them. Is exactly, you need to do something with them.
Because you gave her directions to rush run to the lake.
Well, I told her rush run.
And then you gave her told her to look up the lake.
I told her to stop.
And and your instructions were to leave them there and not come back.
No, that was not.
Well, we're gonna know whenever she takes polygraph test.
Why would I have her leave from there?
I have no idea.
Times we went and done that. Turn around.
I mean, do what?
There was two other
times. And I think you told me, but when was that? How long ago was that?
One time was probably 5 months, 6 months ago. One time was about 4 months ago, 3 months ago. And like I said, we just turn around, go get back here and pick them up.
Did you guys always do it at night?
Yes.
Because, it's pretty busy over there.
But I never once instructed her to leave them. I did tell her that you need to do something with them, get a grip on them, do something with them.
Well, I just got on the phone with some guys from Preble County, some detectives that are involved with the dive teams and a river rescue team. And they're telling me, now these guys know about all this shit, water rift and drag and all that bullshit I don't know anything about. But they're telling me if your story is absolutely accurate, in a day or two they'll find him. They're telling me, they just told me on the phone that they have no doubt in my mind. So with that being said, if they are that sure that they're going to find him, do you have any doubt we're going to find him?
No, I hope and pray you are too, for real, I really.
Because I told them about the stone, told them about how he was tied, and like I said, they've already dropped some kind of sensor bullshit down in the water, and they keep track of all the water speeds, actually about 200 yards upstream from there anyway, just because, they do it randomly anyway throughout rivers. You know enough about water and waterways to know that. I can tell that already. But
Okay, guys, and I just want to pop in here too. So this part's really interesting because I really haven't made my mind up, and I kind of see you guys all in the chat talking about how, you may not believe the story. Adam Forever 21 says, I don't believe them. They did something totally different with him, in my opinion. And, the detective is kind of testing him a little bit and saying, hey, we have experts out there. They're saying that if your story is correct, then they're going to find James very soon, and it won't be difficult finding him as long as they can pinpoint, where he is and that you're telling the correct story. So it's just absolutely awful. It just really is. I could not sit there without wanting to. I know. Exactly, Detroit. No way that I would be good at this position at all. Because these people are horrific. Just absolutely horrific. And then, they're asking him about taking a polygraph too. So they're just gathering information. And then again, they do have information coming in from Brittany as well, and understanding and learning her polygraph, and explaining to Russell here that hey, she's taken a polygraph too, so we're going to have some more information based on that as well. So they're definitely leveraging information as they should be in a proper investigation, in my opinion.
So they told me that they are convinced that within 2 days, 48 hours, that they're going to be able to find him. With that being said, we've already discussed the water temperature, the preservation. It's kind of like being in a little deep freezer.
Yeah.
And so when we pull him out, is, in your opinion, a pathologist, a coroner, a whatever, going to be able to determine a large number of bruising to his body before he was killed?
Yes. For me and for.
Okay. What was that about?
Whooping his ass.
Okay. Where all are we going to find bruises?
His backside, his back, on his ribs, on his legs. And like that was me and her, not just me.
So what was he whooped with?
Most of the time she'd pick up a belt and whoop him. Sometimes it'd be with our hands. Memorable things. I mean, nothing was working, sir.
So, and they're foster care. They've been totally taken out. They've been totally taken out of the equation. They're not even with relatives right now. We're going to get them forensically interviewed. That's basically kind of a medical interview by professional people that have got time and effort and energy make kids a lot more comfortable than I do talking to them. I mean, my God, they even bring a golden retriever in the room that lays in their laps while they do that.
Yes, they have been beat, me and her both.
Mm-hmm. So,
I mean, like,
got like a little black eye, it kind of looks like to me.
that was from her mother smacking her in her eye.
When was it?
About a week ago now.
Mm-hmm. What was that over?
I don't really recall, sir. Her lying and...
What's the worst thing you've ever done to any of those kids?
Punched them.
Punched them. Which one did you punch last? James. Where did you punch him at?
On his side of that.
On the side right there.
He stood that little kick out right there by the couch.
Mm-hmm.
He went into the house.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couch. He stood right there in that corner.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, he just keep messing up. He's messing up. I'll yell at him, say something to him. He'd keep it up. I'll just reach over and just very at him.
Yeah, but it left bruises.
There was a few times it got a little harder. Sure. And I kept telling him, man, just straighten up. Just keep listening. Be good. You'll be out of that corner. I mean, there for about 2 months, a month and a half. He was good as gold. Not in the corner, nothing.
Right.
And all of a sudden, he just flipped. Started acting up again.
When was the last time you punched? You said or James? Okay. Which one? I'm sorry. Let me back up. Which one was standing in the corner by the kick out?
James.
That was James. How long ago was that?
About 4 days ago, 5 days ago.
4 days ago. Did he cry?
No, not really. I mean, he did a little bit, and I tried it up, and he was basically like he didn't care, right back to acting up and that. I mean, I literally tried to refrain from hitting on them.
Mm-hmm.
You can get in touch with Priscilla Farley. That's her. There was.
When was the last time you punched?
Probably a month and a half now.
What about
about the same time as.
How disgusting for a grown man to say that he was beating up on a little 6-year-old boy. Disgusting. A 43-year-old man beating up on a little tiny kid, 6 years old. Just so disgusting. And, I don't believe half the stuff he's saying, I just don't. Ugh, so terrible. So terrible.
I mean,
where'd you punch?
His legs.
His legs?
Yes.
So you just punched in the legs?
Yeah.
How many times do you think you hit him?
4 or 5 times.
And does he have bruises?
No.
None I know of. Did he get any bruises? From that time?
No.
And what about, when was the last time you punched her?
About 4 or 5 months ago. 3 months ago.
Where did she get punched at?
Her legs and sides.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
she had bruises? She's light skinned, so.
No, she never got no bruises.
So is that why you didn't want Brittany to call the police? You were worried about the bruises on them?
No, not really, sir. I'd much rather.
I mean, it would make sense if you did.
I'd much rather go to jail for child abuse than what I'm facing now, sir.
Mm. Well, now you would.
Even
but back then, initially, whenever she first brought him home,
I told them 4 or 5 times. I told her, I said, go your own way. Find somewhere to go with these kids. It's not going to work.
Mm.
She kept insisting on standing there with me.
But the kids were a huge divider for you and Brittany. To be happy, basically?
Yes, sir.
You know, with Brittany, okay, does Brittany have any mental health problems as far as, I mean, everybody's got a little bit of anxiety, everybody's got a little bit of ADHD. I'm just saying, does she have any kind of, like, developmental issue where, I mean, I talk to Brittany a lot. Brittany's smart.
I seem to think she did, yeah, because I mean, like you said, 1 minute she'll be on this, and then she bounces somewhere else.
Well, but that's not necessarily somebody that's has a learning disability or developmentally delayed. That's somebody that's working to cover their ass. And so that kind of shows intelligence to me. So with that being said, you suggest to Brittany that if the kids weren't here, if you took the kids out and left them to run and let whatever happened to them happen to them, you didn't make her do that.
No, sir, I never held no knife to her, never, nothing like that.
So just because you make a suggestion, if I walk out here and tell somebody in the street, hey, I think you ought to go rob that bank, and they go do it, is that on me? If they're not.
I don't really know how that would work by law, sir.
Well, it's not. See, the thing I'm getting at here is I think you're trying, for the most part, to be honest. And we're going to know once Brittany takes polygraph tests whether or not she's being truthful about you saying, just take the kids out and leave them at Rush Run and don't, just wait, and don't go back. I want to make sure that if you said that to her, but she did it on her own and you stayed at home and you didn't have any part in her leaving the kids out there, and like I'm saying, leaving them supposedly permanently, okay? That, you're still at home. You weren't in the car when that happened, were you?
I'm sorry.
So, I'm still working hard to line up everyone's story. She's taken a polygraph test. She's going to, I think she's going to pass that question. Did James tell you to take the kids to Rush Run and leave them permanently? I think she's going to pass that.
I told her to do something with them.
Right. And what did you mean by something?
Whatever. Like I told you, I've had her call the state, see if we can put them in jail.
But you gave her directions to Rush Run.
I told her how to get there.
How to get there.
I gave her the name of the place.
And that's what I mean.
And if you look at her phone,
she looked it up on the Google
a couple times before. Mm-hmm. We've been out there.
When she left, and after you told her leave the kids at Rush Run, you expected her to come home by herself.
No, I was not, sir.
Okay.
And I wasn't expecting her to come home like she didn't.
Right. Okay. Okay.
I mean, I love them kids like that. It was my own. I was trying to give them what was best for them.
Right. Okay. Hold tight. Hold tight. I'll be right back.
We heard Chris Padford say this.
With you as I can. So, Brittany's taking the test right now.
Okay. Can you make sure one of the questions she gets asked, did James tell you to bring them kids back?
Okay, yes.
Turn around.
Yes, before, okay, let me clarify. Before or after she told you that little James was dead?
That was before.
Okay, I promise.
She called me, okay?
Right.
She called me from up there, told me I'm at the wrong place. There's buildings here.
Mm-hmm.
I said, well, just turn your ass around and come the fuck back home.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I want to drop them off somewhere. I'm done with them. Kept insisting on it. And I said, just turn your ass around, bring them fucking kids and you back home.
So I will get them to ask her. It's really stupid because you got to be asked a certain way. But basically, before James died, did Big James tell you to turn around and get back home with the kids?
Told her twice.
Okay. So what they just got done asking her was exactly what she told you, how she thinks James died. She's saying that she told you how she thinks he died.
She never once told me how she thinks he died.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, 1 minute they all three was in the bathroom there together.
Mm-hmm.
And she tells me James was chasing after her.
Okay.
Then she tells me James had to hold the door handle on the van. My assumption is he had a hold of that door handle. She went to take off out of there.
Sure.
And jerk him down.
Okay.
That's what I believe.
But she never told you, I think I ran over him. She never told you.
I asked her 3 or 4
She never said I got mad because he wouldn't get out of the van.
No.
She never told you any of that.
No, sir.
You're saying was she gave you a couple of different stories.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fair.
No, put me on polygraph test, sir.
Okay.
I told you, I guess.
Would you like to take one?
I will. I'm willing to. Yes.
Okay. My only other thing is, so you guys unhog time. I don't know if there's a better word for that or not. You guys take the ropes off of them and you guys take the ropes off of them and they're still acting up, and that's whenever you go and get in that's whenever they wind up leaving and you stay at home.
Yes.
Why did you not go with her?
I just changed my mind, told her no, I wasn't going.
Mm-hmm. So initially,
I had no part in it.
Right. So initially, you were going to go.
Yes, sir.
So
beginning, I was initially going to go, and told her another mine I'm staying home. I said I suggest you do the same, and I'm leaving.
Mm-hmm. And so at that point, where did you think they were going?
I had no idea, sir.
Yeah, you did, bud.
Mm-hmm.
You knew exactly where they were going.
I told her fucking do something with. She told me she was taking them to Rush Road. She looked it up on her phone the day before. When she pulled it up, I guess it took her to the wrong place, and that's when she called me. And I told her, well, just turn around, come back home with them kids.
So you just told me that you thought she was going to go to a relative's house and drop them off.
I was hoping
and you were going to go, but then you just said, out of your mouth right here, you just said you didn't go because you didn't want no part of that.
I didn't want no part of that.
I just said, and we've been talking about it, she just asked that question. That you told her to take them to Rush Run and leave them. She just passed that question. And this is one of these things, and we talked about this way early on in our conversation.
I may have told her to leave them, sir, but I don't recall. I told her to fucking do something with them.
And what was her plan?
I have no idea what her plan was.
Yes, you do, bud. You do. You're not fucking us.
No.
Put me on life.
You're fucking yourself. I'm going to. But you're fucking yourself. Because the first thing the judge is going to ask is, was he honest with you about what he knew, what he didn't know? And I'm going to say, hell no, he wasn't honest with me. I can prove it.
I knew she was headed out to Rush Run with them. That's the last place she looked up.
And she was going to leave them there.
Yes.
Okay. And what else was going to happen while she was out there? She's already talked. She's already in there.
Was she talking about putting them in the lake? What was she talking about?
Like I told you already. 1 minute she left all 3 in the bathroom. 1 minute James was chasing after her. 1 minute James had a hold of the door handle.
Okay, that's what she's saying to happen. What was the plan when she left Crawford Street? You knew what was going to happen.
She was supposed to have took him out there and left him, sir. When she got out there, she called me and told me she's at the wrong place. I told her twice on the phone then to turn around, bring him back home.
Why the change of heart?
Because I didn't want nothing bad to happen to these kids. Sir.
Because you expected her to go out there and do something worse.
No, that was not what I was expecting, sir. Like I told you before, we took him out there 2 other times, dropped him off, turned him home, brought him right back and picked him up.
Why now? You've successfully gave them this scare tactic twice, right?
Yes,
according to you. So why are you now suddenly going to decide, I don't want to do it right now. I don't want to do it tonight for whatever reason. She's already told us, and she's told us what you know. We don't need to put you on a polygraph because she's just fucking past it. But right here, right now, I told you, this is messy enough. I don't like any loose ends. It doesn't change the fact you weren't out there with her, were you?
No, sir.
So you tell me right now, what was the plan when she left Crawford Street that once she got out there, you got cold feet about? Supposedly told her to come back. What did she tell you she was going to do with those 3 kids when she left Crawford?
One of the things she told me she was going to do with them was drop them off, sir, and I swear to God on that.
What'd she tell you? How did James get killed?
I never got a straight out story.
No. Eventually, there's no way in hell that she didn't tell you, okay, this is what happened.
I mean, I asked her 4 or 5 times, did you run him over? No, I did not run him over. No, I did not run him over. I mean, that's what was my first instincts. I kept asking her, did you run the boy over?
She's going to testify. She's going to get convicted, but she's going to testify that you knew more than what you're telling us. That's what we're trying to help you out with. Okay, I can't.
She did this. You didn't.
I mean, I'm telling you everything.
All I want to know is what she told you she was going to do with them kids. That's it. Because it doesn't make sense.
All she told me she was going to do with them kids was drop them off, sir. That's all.
With hopes of what?
Hopes of, I don't know, sir.
Hoping they would freeze to death?
I have no idea.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You totally know.
No, I
and you see it again. I told you, the only thing you got right now is to be honest. That's it. That's all you got. She's in here singing like a fucking bird because she knows she's fucked. She's got nothing to lose. When we drove her down to the river yesterday, the only thing she kept talking about in the back of that car, well, I'm not the only one getting in trouble, am I? I'm not the only one getting in trouble. He needs to get in trouble too. And I will swear on anything that she said that I'm not fucking with you. Whenever we go to trial and you listen to our recording of us driving down there, you're going to hear her saying that shit over and over and over again. And for whatever reason, you won't give us this 1/2 second of truth as to what.
To give you it, sir. She never told me what her intentions was with them when she got out there. Never, sir.
Then what did you think was so bad that you all of a sudden told her to get her ass back home? What was in your mind that was going to happen?
That she was going to do something stupid.
Like what?
And wind up killing one of them kids. I have no idea. I mean, I don't know exactly like what.
Why'd you pick James? Why'd you pick James to kill?
I have no idea, sir. I mean, Louis Hutcherson is his father.
Mm-hmm.
She's always went around saying, you remind me just like your dad, blah, 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 blah. I mean, always.
How do you know Louis?
He is my brother-in-law by marriage.
Right.
I mean, literally, there's a couple of times Sarah Woods, my stepdaughter, that I raised with Priscilla Farley, there's a couple of times I whooped her ass. Other than that, I mean, I gave that kid the best life I could.
What happened to Brittany's other daughter in Kentucky?
What I know is she was took when Brittany was supposed to have been raped when she was younger, and that her daughter was took from her.
Was that her daughter from the rape?
I believe so. That's what she told me, yes.
Dude, we're pretty much done talking to you. You kind of backed yourself into a corner, and prosecutors don't love that. So, we honestly were trying to give you a chance to be 100% honest with us about what she told us. She told you exactly how James died. Exactly. And you're pussyfooting around that for whatever reason.
I'm not pussyfooting around. Put me on life protector station. That's a question.
She's already passed.
She has not ever told me exactly how James died.
But she told you exactly what your all's plan was, intentions for those boys going out there.
Dropping them off and leaving.
It's not what she said, it's not what she passed.
That's all my intentions was, sir. My intentions was never to harm them.
What was hers?
I have no idea what hers was, sir. I had no idea. I swear to God.
It's a search warrant. I'm going to swab the inside of your mouth. Okay.
So dry. I didn't look at everything.
That's your copy. All right, so you're going to go upstairs here in a little bit to be arraigned. If you want to talk to us, you'll have to send us a kite. I'm not going to pull you back
Are
out.
you still going to allow me to get a couple phone results?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that right now. So, just so I'm clear, you were talking about a long time. Can you, just like said, you're on your stomach.
Have them lay down like this. Tied their hands first, and their feet.
Is that why there's hangman's knots on that rope in the garage?
No, I just put them in there. The one where it's real long, still kind of wrapped up real neat in that. That one I left on there. I was going to hang her one teddy bear, that big unicorn that you seen in the front room there. I was going to hang it from the ceiling.
The rope that the kids were actually tied up, is that in the trash can?
The one piece they was originally tied up with is over in the storage that you all got now, the one with one noose in it. No, the noose was not used on the kids.
But that rope was used the whole time. So is there three pieces there? Did you tie them all together?
That one rope there was used. There's one rope that's in the garbage can.
In the bag that was just taken out?
Yes. And then the other one's on Brown James.
Okay, that was, so one of the ropes that kids were all tied with is actually wrapped around James?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. All right, very good. So did you guys wrap him in anything?
No. You mean like in plastic?
Yeah, plastic.
No, sir.
Rug, a sheet, a box.
No, sir.
Just totally open and loose.
It's totally open with that great tie.
All right. Come on with me. Let me know, dude. Let me go grab me. My bad. Is this one yours?
No, that's ours.
All right, hold on. So there is a lock on this. Do you know what it is?
No.
All right, cool. All right, whose number you want?
That is ours too.
Well, son of a bitch. Well, the only other one's pink.
What?
Yeah.
You ain't even got my phone then.
So where was yours at?
Sitting at home on the coffee table.
Okay, cool. Well, I ain't got it, brother. All right,
Is there any way possible when you do get it, I can have a few numbers?
I promise you we will get this.
He promised me I'll get them before I went back there.
Okay, well, your phone's not here. What do you want me to do?
Hey,
I thought we had your phones.
Both of them's hers.
Okay, well, there's another one up there that's kind of pink. Stay there. Yeah, stay there. This is it?
That's
Okay.
her other one.
Yeah, we've got.
I got the phone just like that.
But what?
It's black.
Okay. We're gonna go back to the house today. Okay, we've already been there once. We're gonna go back to the house again today. I will get that phone. I promise.
On the back side of it. Right about where she got her pop socket.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little square piece on it.
Is it in your bedroom by the TV?
No, it should be sitting in the living room on the coffee table.
Okay, cool. All right, good enough. Thank you.
And then my other phone should be right there in my camouflage jacket that's laying in the floor.
Okay.
In one of the pockets.
Got it. Okay. Yes, I'll let you know.
Where's the main phone I use? Black.
This was the interrogation of James Hamilton. On October 5th, 2021, 43-year-old Hamilton was sentenced to the maximum of 19 years. He will be eligible for parole after 15 years. He pleaded guilty to kidnapping, 2 counts of child endangering, and gross abuse of a corpse. In 2021,
Okay, guys, thank you so much for listening with me there. So I agree with Carla. You know, we seem to have gotten a better timeline, at least out of James. Not knowing how much truth there is to it, we did find out that Thursday night this all occurred. Uh, the children were hogtied right at about 8:30 p.m. They were checked on around midnight, right? And then again, they were untied at around 2 a.m. He states that they were still acting up. I can't imagine that being the truth. Those poor little kids, especially when Brittany's telling similar stories and saying that their little hands were purple because of being tied up. Just awful. Around 2:45 a.m., she leaves with the kids. Brittany returns around 4:30 to 4:45 a.m., and James is deceased, right? And then they keep James in the home Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday. They report him missing to the PD around 9:30 to 10:30 in the morning. So absolutely horrific. Poor little James and his 2 little sisters, 9 and 7 years old. It's just so sad. Um, oh, not at all. I don't believe America is anti-police, Santa's helper, but thank you so much for being here. Um, I will say this, guys, you know, it's absolutely sad that these kids have to endure such horrific conditions from 2 grown adults, you know? I agree, Carla. I think she is too, and I think she actually participated in a lot more than she lets on. I agree. And she also led the police down a wild goose chase, so to speak, you know, taking up a lot more of their time than he did. He seemed a lot more forthcoming, and we were able to get more truths out of James. Um, but again, just so sad. So sad. Aw, Detroit says, Santa, I still believe in you. Aw, Detroit, you're awesome. Well, guys, I've been on here for a long time. You guys have been hanging out with me. I so appreciate you guys being here. And, you know, we will talk more about this case and maybe try to kind of figure out some details. I'm not sure if they actually did throw little James over where they said, especially if he wasn't like wrapped up. I would think they would find him very soon. You know what I mean? So it's just very sad, but we'll still explore other possibilities as well as, you know, compare some of this to what we've seen with other cases. But I love you all so very, very much, and I will see you this afternoon later today. Again, thank you so much for being here, and stay safe out there. And gosh, just take care of yourselves and your little ones. Give them extra hugs. All right, guys, love you lots.